As the Hyundai safety car pulls away, the time has officially, Mark, begun. The 4-hour race is on. As we say, one warm-up lap, it'll be a rolling start away from the grid next time they come around. So you can see the Hyundai safety car leading the way, but starting from pole position, car number 42, the Panasonic-sponsored machine, has behind the wheel in the first stint Brian Smith, his co-drivers Kim Anderson, fellow Masters competitor in Hyundai XLs, but they're also joined by Brody Dominic as well, a youngster in Hyundai competition. We're on board with that car right now. Second position, the three Wallaces in the BMW 1M. That's car number 94. Jack Wallace, Jed Wallace, and Adam Wallace.
I think Adam's on board there to start proceedings off. So the more senior of the triple drivers there.
Yep.
So Adam to take the reins there first up. Next part of the grid is the 142 cars, the Honda Integra. Got a pretty good quality lineup there. Mitch McGarry to start things off there in that three-driver lineup. Then we'll share the car with Shane DeWicki and Rob Sovanetti. Couple of local XL drivers also involved. It's been an ongoing project for those drivers. And the next part of the grid will be the 313 car, and that'll be the first of the Pulsars involved here this weekend. And it'll be Dan Smith to take the reins. He'll be sharing that car with Timmy Maynard over the weekend. So one of our Victorian drivers come over here. We've got a few Pulsars involved in various groups and disciplines here this weekend. And this one here with the 777 Crown event as well. And the next part of the grid will be the 195 car. And I think
that's the Commodore. It's changed. 195.
We've changed the name. Is that the number?
So it was a different number on the entry list, but it's now 195. That's Dale Carpenter, Joel Stafford, and Troy Gleason in their Holden Commodore VF model in position number 5, and they start alongside another Pulsar, the 71 of Declan Kirkham and his co-driver Robert Pepper, and it's Kirkham that is going to start that machine. Next up, Kobe Williams, a front runner in Formula Ford in the Hyundai XL. He had a good day yesterday, but we'll come on to that later on in the race. In the 111 machine, was entered as number 11. He shares the car with Jake Carpenter and Lucy Sidwell. Beyond that, we have the Subaru BRZ of Chan. He'll be starting the car. So that one has Chung Chan, who will start, Jason Wang, and also Kwok Wai Chung. Beyond that, we have a couple of XLs, Mark.
Yeah, the 49 car there, which will be the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry, 4-driver team there. And the first one to take the reins there should be Isaac Sparks. And he'll be sharing that car with Jordan Johnson, Adrian Gallia, and David Zola. Usually the Spanner man down there in the XLs in that group, so good to see him on board here this weekend in that team. Well, stepping back from XLs, of course. And the couple at the back of the pack, we will have car number, what have we got there? 120, my apologies. And Lisa Tontani. That's the all-girl car down there at the back. All the females on board down there at the back of the pack in the Hyundai XL in the Peter Page Hyundai entry. And Lisa Tontani, as I mentioned, will be starting proceedings. He'll be sharing with fellow interstate female competitors there in Emily Duggan and Maisie Place. Good to see those girls on board here this weekend. And at the back of the pack is going to be Ben Moore, who's sharing the car with Steve Sukovic in the last of the Pulsars. They've had a few problems with that car, and he'll be at the back of the pack. But as we mentioned about the strategy at pit stops, that may change. And we'll see how that pans out over the next 4 hours. So it's a real game of strategy here.
So effectively, just to give you a quick summary of the classes, they're easy to remember. The BMWs are in class B for BMWs. Everything else is in C except for the 2 Hyundai XLs, which are in D. So D for the XLs, B for the BMWs, and everything else is in class C.
Cars coming around in their warm-up lap. It's a big lap. 7.77 kilometres, obviously we talked about before with the 777 Endurance Crown.
So cars are going to get 2 by 2 in formation for what will be the start, the official green flag start of this, the 777 Endurance Crown. It was announced several months ago that this race was going to join the program. This is the inaugural running. It's set to go from strength to strength. There's already a lot of interest around 2025, but let's get this one out the way first. The inaugural 777 Endurance Crown. We've been waiting quite some time for this one. Here we are, folks. This is the birth of a brand new endurance race in Australian motorsport, the 777 Endurance Crown. Let's get things underway. BMW's on the front row of the grid. We're about to go green, and we have a good start from Wallace there, away from the line in the black BMW. But the strongest start of the lot was the big VF Commodore of Carpenter, already up to position number 3 from 5th on the grid as the BMWs go line astern. Smith from Wallace, they're a bit side by side further back. Moore's made a good start, got past Lisa Tortani already down the straight and is all over the tail now of the 49XL. The Pulsars are notably quite a bit faster than the XLs, around about 10 seconds faster, which is the reason why they are different in their classes. But out in front, the Fast 3 have broken away. The 2 Beamers, the Commodore, and as well, don't rule out McGarry either in the Honda Integra as well. But those Commodore and the Integra Class C. But we look further back at Moore, who is on the tail there of the XL runner. Look further forwards. This is the Subaru, right on the tail of Declan Kirkham. He's a good steerer, is Declan Kirkham, and he's already taking the fight to a much faster machine on paper, but the driver behind the wheel getting the job done early on and keeping that car at bay. But up the front of the field, they change for the lead here. Up the inside, we've not seen a single overtake there all weekend long, and in the first lap of the Enduro, through goes the 94 BMW, and as well through comes the Commodore as well. So the pole sitter Smith is dropped down a couple of positions as we see them go through the snake section of the course on this opening lap. Oh, that car looks very unstable in the rear.
It's Brian Smith on board there in the BMW, qualified second. Car will be sharing with Kim Anderson, his cohort in XLs, and Brody Dominic. Oh, right up behind the Carpenter entry there. So plenty of time. We don't want to get too panicky. Oh, very unsettled, the car in front. It's the Carpenter entry there. And the big Commodore. There's a huge variation in race cars involved here. More production style race cars. In fact, Smith on the inside there picks up that position. Gary back there in 3rd position, the Evolution Crash Repairs entry. As the owner of that business will also be driving that car in the next stint.
Look at the Honda Integra, looks strong in the middle sector and is up the inside of the Commodore, but the door is firmly closed. Oh, a bit of understeer though on the exit of the corner for the 195 machine of Carpenter. So they are fighting hard already. They're the leaders in Class C, and they are taking the fight to each other already early on in this one. Very experienced Mitchell McGarry and, of course, Carpenter as well, just ahead. But on the opening lap of the race, those 2 BMWs now have pulled away. The 42 briefly fell down to 3rd, but got back through on the Commodore and has pulled out a hefty advantage as a result already. As they turn into the penultimate corner. That mark is just one single lap of running here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park around this very lengthy circuit. Across the line they come. The margin out front, Wallace over Smith, 2.9 seconds. And then it's a further 2.9 seconds back to Carpenter in position number 3. ahead of McGarry. Best of the rest is currently Smith in the 313 Pulsar. Boy, oh boy, can this man drive. He's shown that for many, many years in the APRA Pulsar racing division. They share the track quite often with the 2-litre sports sedans, and this man mixes it with them. He's a very, very handy steerer. He is the driver of the 313 machine, the Nissan Pulsar. Dan Smith behind the wheel. His co-driver, the well-known Tim Maynard, who said to me just how good Smith is. He's comfortably, said, a couple of seconds a lap faster than me. And Tim can drive himself.
You certainly can. We've seen him these trials here before, as you mentioned there, from the APRA series over there in Victoria. It's actually good to see them on board here this weekend. Car's giving himself a little bit of track space at the moment. It's a long way to go, and only one lap down. Nice colour scheme in that car too. Certainly stands out on track. Nothing like a pink car. And he's got plenty of track space around him, so Dan will just get himself into a bit of rhythm there and just concentrate over the next 3 3/4 hours. Try not to do that countdown too often. Otherwise it might get a bit monotonous. Yes. Dan on his way. So as you mentioned there, all the front runners that should be up the front of there. Adam Wallace, very experienced campaigner, has been out of the driving seat of late, of course, but there he is. Wallace ×3 written on the side window of that BMW. So it's a solid family affair there. All the Warren mining crew there on board the BMW this weekend.
Smith pushing hard. He was wide there at the left-hander down the hill. I thought he was going to throw it off the road there. He's certainly out wide on the dirty marbles, but keeps it together on the road, which is good news. I should explain, we're talking about the Pulsars, and we say they're APRA Pulsars. However, for this event, in a typical race driver fashion, if the rules are open, why don't we improve it? And that's exactly what they've done. So not a single one of these Pulsars is actually running to APRA specification. All the drivers are from APRA Racing, and they're always at the front, but for this weekend they've made a few modifications to make their cars that little bit faster.
They certainly have. All eyes on Dan Smith. Dan Smith Racing, you see the DSR painted down the side of that Pulsar. Big collection of cars in this group. It's a long way around. But nice drive line. Not under any pressure whatsoever. It's still a fair way to go, but oh, hang on a minute. Oh, good, bit opposite lock there of that turn.
He is pushing so hard.
So pushing really hard.
In the first lap and a half, he's already gained 7 seconds on the nearest Pulsar competitor, Declan Kirkham, who qualified in 6th, still sits in position number 6. He's over 7 seconds behind this car at the moment. Behind that, we have the 464, a change of position. Just talking about Kirkham, he dribbles off the road and through. As a result comes Kobe Williams. So Kobe Williams in the 111 XL moves up a place. Boy, oh boy, can Kobe Williams drive a car.
We saw plenty of them yesterday in the XL Enduro, that car. Went up the front of the field, he certainly can drive.
Actually, let's touch on that a little bit while we got the time, while it's on the screen. The 111 machine that's about to be overhauled by car number 71 as they come onto the main straight. There is the performance advantage for the Nissan Pulsar. Kirkham just sliding on through, and that's why there's a difference in class. But yeah, the 111 machine, that was the talking point yesterday in the second of the Hyundai XL races. Crossed the line in the lead, but had a 5-second penalty post-race. However, made the trip up to the stewards, did both Kobe Williams and Carpenter, and the decision was overturned. Their 5-second penalty was removed, so the victory in the end did go the way of the 111 machine. So that was after the coverage had concluded on Blendline TV. So we haven't had an XL race to deliver that news to you today, so I thought now would be an opportune moment. So that car on the screen, the 111, did actually win the second race after the 5-second penalty was taken away, stewards overturning that decision.
car currently running in 7th on track at the moment with Declan Kirkham. Made the journey all the way from Melbourne to be here this weekend, the Virgil Motorsports entry.
Entry?
Yeah. Sorry, got a little bit of a squeak going on there. Entry? Been a lot of talking going on in this little van at the moment. Nevertheless, a bit of hay fever might be kicking in. Oh, anyway, there's going to be a few light-hearted moments in these sessions, I can tell you.
Out in front, Wallace has pulled out a margin now with the fastest lap of the race on lap number 2, out to over 3 seconds. 3 seconds pretty much exactly ahead of Brian Smith. Carpenter in position number 3. So lost a little bit more time. He's 5 seconds behind Smith and 5 seconds ahead of McGarry. Smith is in position number 5. Chan in the BRZ is in 6th position. Kobe Williams has just lost 7th position, although he is right back on the tail of Kirkham once again. So this is a great scrap early on for position number 7 and 8. One C class, one D class, but they are going hammer and tongs out there at the moment. Kobe Williams finished as runner-up in the Australian Formula 4 Championship, has come from Excel Racing, a huge front runner in the Victorian Series. He can drive an Excel, he's very familiar with them, and he's showing his driving calibre and that he is a star of the future out there.
He certainly is. A lot of these Excel drivers are stars of the future. So that's where the interest lies a bit with Declan Kirkham in the Pulsar there in the 71 car. Williams just behind him. Chang car just in front of us to try to BRZ. Car in 6. So this is 6, 7 and 8th position on track. Obviously these will change as tactics come into play through the pit stop periods. Declan Kirkham, he might even be in our commentary booth a bit later on.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys that will make a visit later on to the commentary box when they're not behind the wheel. In fact, I think all of the guys that might be coming up, McGarry, at least Tatani, Kirkham, pretty much all of them are behind the wheel at the moment. So they're out there enjoying their first stints behind the wheel. Of course, 4-hour race. Let's touch on the fact that you're limited per stint a 50-minute stint, so you have to pit every 50 minutes. So that means that in that sense, strategy will play out depending on, you might put a short fill in occasionally, but you do have to fulfill the required time in the pits based on your category. So as I look through the supplementary regulations, I see that there's no Class A cars. No cars are fast enough for Class A. Class B must complete 3 5-minute pit stops in the 4 hours. Class C must complete 2 5-minute stops and a 2.5-minute stop. So 2.5 minutes less. That's pretty much a full lap of this circuit. And then Class D only has 2 5-minute pit stops. So these two fighting on the road at the moment, Kirkham and Kobe Williams. But Kobe Williams in that XL has 2.5 minutes less to do over the course of this race.
That's the car in front of him there at the moment. That's Chang Chan in the AJ Racing entry there in the Subaru BRZ. Having their first hit here at this endurance event. Don't think they've actually raced here before.
No, I was having a really good chat to them yesterday. They were telling me lots about the car, lots about the history of themselves driving in the car. The car itself, they have raced a lot. For 4 years they've owned the car in Targa competition, tarmac rally competition. And these guys, due to the fact that Targa racing has not happened for a couple of years now, and safety changes have been made, it is making a comeback in the next couple of years. I've seen announcements in recent days, but it's really cool that they've now brought that car to the circuit. So the Targa car, it's even got the co-driver seat still in there. That's how much it is rally spec. but great to see that those guys have brought the car circuit racing for the very first time. They've done a few track days. They're from Victoria. They've done a few track days at Winton over the last couple of years to keep themselves busy and in the driving seat, sharing the car between themselves on various different days. But for them, they've made the trip over to South Australia for this event, for this 777. They're a big fan of the concept, as are we, and it's great to see them dust the cobwebs off the car and race it on a circuit for the very first time.
Having a look at that second car, Brian Smith behind the wheel of the BMW 135i. In typical BMW racing colours there. So that's one of the B-class cars, so basically one of the faster of the cars. Basically the BMWs are the only B-class cars in this field. And there's the lead car in front of him with Adam Wallace on board. So the two BMWs, as we would have seen during our practice and qualifying sessions, have been dominant on our timing sheets. And that's exactly the way they're panning out here during this early part of this race. Certainly, as we mentioned, once we get into this pit stop strategies, things will change, and we should have a bit of more of an even playing field, certainly towards the end of the race. With Brian Smith there, beautifully turned out race car. We've certainly seen that a fair bit already this weekend.
Brilliant onboard footage.
Nice little onboard footage. You can see how the driver's working and gets himself into a nice little rhythm. And that's what you need to do at these endurance events. You see him working through the gears there. Gear change, goes up. And the brakes. And the back of the circuit, another shift up. And over the crest he comes. Down the sweeping part back of the circuit. A very accomplished driver in the XL series, and certainly as far as the Master Series is concerned, and came second in the championship in that championship this year. In fact, his fellow drivers are all Circuit XL drivers. We're talking about Kim Anderson, his nemesis in that group. So they're to become best friends. They've now become alongside of each other in this group. With the young hotshot inside this car, another XL driver, Brodie Dominic. Took out the Josh Hoare Memorial Trophy last night. A special trophy to collect from the XL group. Great on board Josh. He's got plenty of track space in front of him. So he's just getting himself into a nice rhythm. And no problems whatsoever. Get inside the first half an hour of this race.
As you can see in the windscreen, this is a production car, A1. Of course, in production car racing they have lots of different classes there. Real feature race is the Bathurst 6 Hour, so the outright category for the modern BMWs, effectively the only cars in Class X. That's for ultimate performance. A-class is split in two, A1 and A2. A1 is for extreme performance force induction. Meanwhile, A2 is extreme performance naturally aspirated. Same in the B-class, B1 for force induction, B2 for naturally aspirated. C-class in that category is for performance cars, is what they classify it as. So that's sort of like your hot hatches, your Renault Meganes, your Volkswagen Scirocco's, your Focus STs, etc. Then slowly they work down. Class D is for sort of older spec saloon and slower saloon cars, so Toyota 86s, Mazda RX-8s, etc. And then Class E is for your little Mazda 3s and your little Suzuki Swifts and things. So that's how production car racing works. That's why you see A1 and A2 on a couple of these cars out there. because they are and do compete in the Bathurst 6 Hour. This car has competed in the 6 Hour on a number of occasions, but got new owners that are brushing the car off this weekend for the very first time. Anderson, Smith and Dominic, as we look at the car weave its way through the opening sequence of corners. And a couple of these guys were actually competing at the Bathurst 6 Hour earlier on in the year. So a couple of these guys have competed in the 6 Hour, which is really cool. Look at Moore cocking up a wheel there, the inside left. Fortunately, only cocking up a wheel yesterday. The left front departed the vehicle in qualifying. That was the reason why Ben Moore started at the tail of the field in the Nissan Pulsar, but a solid start to the race for him. Up a couple of positions, got past the Isaac Sparks Hyundai XL and also got past Lisa Tortani in the XL as well. Tortani actually set her PB lap last time through, a 4:09 flat, so a nice improvement from her last time through. Looks like Kirkham has started to pull away now from Williams. Williams the only XL taking it to the Pulsars early in this race.
Certainly is, and they're the closest together at the moment. Heard your performance entry there on screen.
You may have just heard a horn siren on the Blendline TV coverage, or if you're watching around the racetrack as well. That horn signals pit lane is open, so they can now begin, if they want to complete their compulsory pit stops. But I imagine, Mark, for a lot of them, there's the
confirmation right there.
It proves I'm not just spitting out lies to you on air, but yeah, exactly right. So pit lane is now open. For me, though, Mark, I imagine everybody will be running their tanks dry. So everybody will be running the tanks dry at the end of each stint, so I wouldn't expect them in anytime soon.
No, plenty of time for that opening. Kobe Williams on shot there. Get the 111 specialised engineering entry. After all the things we were talking about before, we're actually winning that second part of that XL Enduro yesterday. Certainly a real good talent. I think he's actually the quickest of the XLs out there at the moment, as you would expect. And he's just got Kirkham just in front of him. Driver got himself in a nice little rhythm. He gets himself over to the curbing there too, just there with the back shot. Certainly is pushing very hard, that XL, through that back part of the circuit. Looks like Ben Moore just behind them. You can see the other Pulsar in the back there.
Couple of PB laps last time through. McGarry, a 3:42.4. I'll come back onto him in a moment. Also a PB lap from Chan in position number 6. That's the Subaru BRZ, and another one from Lisa Tortani. She saves a few more tenths off on that lap just gone by. We go back to McGarry, a 3:42.3. It was actually about a second and a half faster than Dale Carpenter ahead in the Commodore. Now, I was speaking to the Commodore runners yesterday in the 195 machine. Well, specifically, I was actually talking to Troy, and he was telling me that they're running on a different sort of tie rubber to get good tyre duration over the course of this race. However, it does get pretty sketchy if it gets a bit overheated in the middle sector, so maybe that's what's happened. The tyre pressures are maybe rising late on in this stint. They've both, Smith last time through, a 42 flat in second. The Commodore that we're looking at the moment, a 3:43.1, and he lost over a second to McGarry once again. Another PB lap from the Honda Integra driver. So it looks like late on in this stint, the Integra is certainly stronger than the Commodore in the fight for Class C honours out there at the moment in this race.
Certainly is, as the Carpenter Commodore comes in. You can see he's certainly making up some ground also on that Carpenter entry. And there it comes, the Integra. Evolution Crash Repairs on board this weekend. There's obviously Rob Zovanetti, also one of the drivers on board in that team this weekend as well, which of course is his own business. And that big supporter of motorsport here at SA, Rob, especially if you're talking about XLs. And they're basically, they are all XL drivers on board. Mitch McGarry, an XL driver, moved on from that series now. We came back and did the Enduro yesterday, and now involved with the 777 Enduro here on the Sunday program, which went on and has done a few races in also the Toyota 86 series. Him and Jaden Manzerk joined that class together, the national class. Jaden's moved on this year, obviously, with Super Ute duties. Which, making his way around, found a bit of extra pace there too. Motoring along nicely, goes past the control tower down there on the far eastern circuit. And you can see that gap is closing quite considerably at the moment. So just looking at the times, he's slightly quicker there too through that middle sector. So times now starting to, well, those cars starting to close up, so there might be some interest here in a moment. Certainly just very striking in that green livery.
They really are. He really is closing up, isn't he? So we might be on in the fight for outright third position in just a few moments' time. McGarry, a very, very handy steerer. He's done the 86 racing series, hasn't he, at a high level nationally. He's taken really a year off. He hasn't done too much racing this year, just trying to get the funds together, I think, for a good year in 2025. So it's great to see him back out there. He dusted off the cobwebs yesterday in the Hyundai XL Enduros. He was telling me he had an absolute blast. He loved every single second of it out there on the race circuit. But he says this is his main focus. This is the main target for him this weekend. I understand that he'll be doing a bulk of the driving of the three. That's why he's starting. That's why he qualified yesterday as well. But Robert Zanetti and Shane Nowicki are not bad steerers either, though, are they? Both XL runners, and both towards the pointy end of their representative categories. I'll get that out in a minute. Or lock up.
A bit of a lock up there too, right on cue. We've got that in right on camera as well. So he is pushing pretty hard there, Mitch.
Yeah.
You can see he's really just wringing the neck out of that Integra at the moment at the early stage of this Enduro. So still Dale Carpenter still in front of him in the VF Commodore. So in the Sinford entry. So quite a bit, a couple of more cylinders involved with that car, obviously a little bit more horsepower in a straight line.
This is
certainly, but this section of the track really favours the Integra, obviously. All these windy bits down the back of the circuit.
Certainly does. That's exactly what I was going to say. The Integra, the middle sector, is certainly suited to it. The middle sector goes from turn 7 all the way to turn 24. 17 corners. That's more than most circuits in this country. And it's one sector.
That's a massive sector.
Yeah.
It's a big sector.
Absolutely.
Real test of concentration, isn't it, Dan? To get around here for 4 hours on this big circuit, all these turns. So the Evolution Crash Repairs Integra on its merry way. And we'll get a front on shot here. That's Brian Smith there. He's currently running in second position. Adam Wallace just starting to run away with this a little bit at this stage. With over 6 seconds between first and second position. So he's been the dominant pairing of those BMWs at this stage of the race.
There's Lisa
Tantani towards the back of the field there. In fact, she's in last position.
Oh, first of the pit stoppers has just come in the lane. It's the Subaru BRZ of Chan. So the 464 machine, which was in position number 6, is first of those to stop. So let's see what they're going to do there in Class C. 2 5-minute stops and a 2.5-minute stop must be made. If it's under that, that's fine, but it won't count as a compulsory pit stop. That's the important thing. So you can come in 8 times, but none of them will count if they're under 2.5 minutes.
Yes.
So first of the pit stoppers in, already been in for a 1.5 minutes, so it'll be interesting to see exactly what they're going to do. We've got to get our pens and papers out and start making notes of who's done what in this pit stop sequence. But I really like this Formula, Mark. You know, as we say, it's a grassroots racing enduro. As here we go, or sideways for the Commodore. And up the inside, McGarry having a look, but he's not close enough there. Or the Commodore's run wide. That's opened the door for McGarry, who slides up the inside and takes 3rd position in the race. So demoted 1 spot is Dale Carpenter, but look at the speed, the straight line speed of the V8 Commodore. It's coming back at the Integra, and I think in the 1 kilometre long straight, I don't think the Integra will have any answer for what is to come. So although the Integra's in front for now, I have a feeling that may change back by the time they get down to turn number 1. But look, he's pulled a few car lengths. Let's see as Smith comes into the lane. Smith has come into the lane as well now, as here we go for position number 2 with Smith in the lane. This is now for 2nd position. Down in towards turn 1, McGarry using all of the road and closes the door firmly shut on the Commodore. So nice move there, just really showing his authority, going, nope, not today, not today, are you coming back by? So it takes 2nd position, but here comes the Commodore once again. If he can hold off at the hairpin, he should be clear. He should be all right. He'll be in the strong middle sector. He covers, he pulls to the inside. There's a bit of a lock-up. A little bit of a lock-up, cocks up the left rear wheel and holds on. So nicely done from McGarry. That should now be safe, although I say that. Look at the Commodore. It's coming by around the outside, but that's in the dirty marbles. It's not clean out there. And it's very, very awkward, very, very sideways when the car's out wide on the dirty stuff. So slots back in behind. Lisa Titani has just gone down a lap. I saw at the back of the shop Wallace making the move there in the BMW. But notably, the BRZ, look, Mark, 2 minutes 18.2 in the pits. That does not count as a compulsory pit stop for the BRZ.
Well, they've had a driver change.
They have.
Yeah, so they did change the driver, but they weren't in there long enough. So that's interesting. We'll see if Brian Smith hasn't changed the driver. He's been in there for quite some time already. So we'll wait to see what happens when he comes out the other side. And probably Kim Anderson, I would suggest, would probably be the next driver in line. There's the BRZ we were just talking about. Jason Wang on board now. They've changed drivers, but it wasn't long enough for a compulsory pit stop, unfortunately.
And just got past Lisa Titani as well, so fresh out the pits and fresh up a position into the top 10 as well.
Ben Morin also come in as well, so we'll probably put Steve Sukovic into the seat. So a few of these drivers coming in strategically, nice and early.
Yeah. Yep.
Trying to get it out the way. Sometimes that can work in your favour. So car number 313. Just the Dan Smith entry there.
Look at how he
bit of background noise here, so I apologise for that cover of the audio. A bit rustly.
Look at the way he floats the car around the corners. I think the noise you're hearing is wind. I mean, if you look at the
the windows down there, we go.
Yeah,
That's just interfering with our auto there at the moment. Dan there, 2 hands well and truly entrenched on the steering wheel there. Deep in concentration going around the back part of the circuit. Here's that snaky bit we were talking about all weekend down this back part.
This is just coming now back onto the international circuit. So turn 12 turns right. We're turning left and we rejoin the international circuit just after Crofty Corner. And then we take what is traditionally turn 13. On this layout, it's turn number 30. The blind right-hander over the crest. You can see, can't see anything on the exit of the corner. But McGarry is clear as the race leader now comes into the pits. So Wallace is in the lane. And I note that Smith has been in the lane now for 4 minutes, over 4 minutes. So I think they're going to get their first 5-minute stop done and out the way early. Remember, they have 3 5-minute stops to make.
So with Adam Wallace in, Mitch McGarry will now go to the race lead. Dale Carpenter just behind him. That's the car on shot at the moment, car 195 in the VF Commodore.
My theory is you want to get your compulsory lengthy stops out the way early. You've got to come in every 50 minutes. So you might as well get those 5-minute or 2.5-minute ones done and out the way early. If there's any safety car, you'll be drawn back into contention later on. And then, of course, if the other people who haven't done it, like the 464 machine, didn't do their compulsory pit stop in stop 1, they'll have to do their 2.5-minute and 5-minute stops later. So I think it's better getting those big stops done early in the race.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Lisa Titani on board there. Nice pink racing gloves there. There's lots of bright colours inside that cabin of that car. It's got a real Glen Seaton tribute livery car. Colours on that particular car. Good to see she's got the track map in front of her so she doesn't get too lost. It's right down by the gear stick there.
That always surprises me. A lot of them do it. Even in supercars they do it. But, you know, particularly in supercars, they're professional racing drivers. Surely they know what direction they're going in, and they won't be looking down at their dash to see what direction they're going. And particularly these guys, they've done enough laps around here now. Lisa Titani, she doesn't race too often in her XL, but she's done the last couple of rounds, which has been really good to see. And she knows her way around this track. She doesn't need a map to know which direction to go.
This comes in handy, I suppose. Brodie Dominic's got inside, stepped inside too. He changed the driver over from Brian Smith there. So that's been a driver change also in the BMW. That's happened. We'll see who steps inside at the Adam Wallace car as well. We know it's going to be a Wallace.
Yes, correct.
It's either going to be Jed or Jack, so it's going to be Jay either way.
So 5 minutes and 13 seconds. Tick, 1 done for car number 42. And 3 minutes and 4 seconds for Stukkovic, who's taken over from Ben Moore in the C-Class. Well, that's their 2.5-minute stop done. Let's be honest, 3 minutes and 4 seconds is a very slow 2.5 minutes, but nevertheless, it's one of the compulsory pit stops done.
Still on board there with Lisa Titani on our Line TV coverage. Honestly, knows we're watching, you might be making her a bit nervous. Just checking out her driving technique. Oh, wiping the brow there.
Hot and sweaty
must be working up a bit of a sweat there.
Well, she doesn't have the window open like our other camera car. So yes, clearly it's pretty muggy still, isn't it? It doesn't have the outright sting in the heat like it did, particularly Friday, but also yesterday. But it's a bit more of a muggy day today.
There's the outside shot. Gee, it's got a few bandages on that car from yesterday. Tag went up on a few battles. And that wasn't the lone car from the XL Enduro yesterday either that had plenty of battle scars. There's quite a few that didn't finish as well. But it lives to fight another day. That's the all-female crew on board here this weekend. Emily Duggan and Maisie Place is also in that team. Lisa, the local driver of the trio. Those, of course, are interstaters that have come over here this weekend to compete in the 777 Enduro in that car.
Just looking on timing again, another short stop under the compulsory pit stop time for Carpenter, now behind the wheel of the 111. So Kobe Williams out, Jack Carpenter now behind the wheel of the 111 XL. So that does not count as a compulsory pit stop. As Lisa Titani comes in the lane, seatbelt is off, and she'll come to a stop in just a second. Wallace is in the lane still. And just as I say it, over 5 minutes. So we can tick that one off as well.
Yeah.
Car number 94 has done a compulsory pit stop and leaves the lane now. 5 minutes and 6 seconds. That is judged to pretty much perfection. 94, one compulsory pit stop completed.
Okay, so Jay Wallace goes into that car. So we don't know whether that's Jack or Jed. Maybe Jack.
Or Jed.
Or Jed. We'll just go with Jay at this stage.
A 66% or 33% chance of getting that one right. So as we can see, the 42 car back out there on the racetrack. Number 94 is the first one to have completed the pit stops. But this car, when timing reshuffles at the end of this lap, will be right there in contention. You can see at the moment all on the timing on the left-hand side, they're showing all sorts of different numbers and things, but over the course of the race, they'll all get a little bit closer as Declan Kirkham comes in the lane for the first time in car number 71, the Pulsar. So I imagine that he will be hopping out and his co-driver will be jumping behind the wheel for the first time. His co-driver not been here before, Robert Pepper. He hasn't raced for quite some time actually, so he's enjoying being back behind the wheel of a race car.
Looking inside the car there, that's Brodie Dominic in the 42 car in the BMW, taken over from Brian Smith. Trying something a little bit different, used to seeing him in the XL series. So it's a brand new car here this weekend in the Enduro for this driver. Only a young teenage driver who's still learning the ropes, but gets his big opportunity here in a production car here this weekend in this BMW. Oh, he's a little bit over the curb there. Certainly very tight apex down through that section of the track. So try not to make you nervous. He goes up a gear there, he goes to climb, then goes back under brakes through that section of the track. Gives you a great look inside the car and how busy it is. You see how much movement's on that steering wheel, how it's jagging him around, really pulling him around. A lot of control, fair grip on that wheel. And he just darts back underneath you a little bit. You can see that reaction on the steering wheel as when she jumps up on these curves here. There we go, bang, and he pulls you the other way. Certainly a great insight into this BMW.
He's catching the car ahead. I'm just trying to spy exactly who that is. Is that the other BMW that he's catching out there at the moment? I think it might be. So these are the two B-class BMWs. So this is quite interesting because he's catching at a reasonable rate of knots at the moment for what prior to the pit stops was the theoretical race lead. Of course, these guys have done already 1 5-minute stop, so they are towards the tail of the field. We've now got 4 cars in the lane. McGarry has come in the Honda Integra. Dale Carpenter has come in the 195 Commodore, as well as that Declan Kirkham and Isaac Sparks are also in the lane. And that'll mean in just a few moments' time that everybody, apart from the 313 Pulsar, has completed a compulsory pit stop already. Remember, you've got to do it within the first 50 minutes, and we are 48 minutes into this race. And I have to say, it's been a very fast first 48 minutes.
Hasn't taken too long at all. As you would expect, here they are, the 2 interrogators in the field, and they're locked together. Brodie Dominic, gee, he's getting well and truly stuck into it here.
Fastest lap of the entire race.
You can see that by the reaction of the car. He's absolutely driving the wheels off that thing.
3 minute 36 flat through that last lap. Over 5 minutes faster than the car ahead, but that's because it served its pit stop on the last lap. So can't read too much into that, but here he goes. This for the Class B lead and potentially the race lead, but there's a lot of racing to do between now and the checkered flag. So these guys don't want to hold each other up too much, but a lovely run out of the corner there for Dominic. He's a real gun driver, isn't he? Brodie Dominic, the youngster in that driver
we've
trio.
certainly seen him plough his way through a few XL fuels
Here he goes.
this season.
He's on the wrong side though for the next corner, turn number 10. but he'll look for a nice cut back down the hill. We've seen a move there already made on the opening lap of this race. It was actually the black car that overtook the car that we're on board with at this very corner on the opening lap, but he's not close enough to do that this time. This next section, the snake section of the course, is very much a one-line groove, so he has to slot back in as they go right, left, right. Whoa.
Ooh, bit late on the brake pedal there.
He jinked left, didn't he, there?
Yeah, a little bit late. We think there's Jack Wallace in the car ahead. So if that's the case, two teenage drivers and BMWs. That's an interesting mix, isn't it?
Certainly is.
A little bit of less experience up the front of the field there at the moment. Brodie really working hard. You can see him working through the gear shift too. So he means business here. Oh, does he what? Oh, right up behind Wallace there. It's a great in-car shot here on Blendline TV. And they go past the control tower, which is on the eastern circuit. Not in use, obviously, today. That means they're turned back and they're heading back towards us in their big loop down there in the big fishbowl. And up the crest they go. Man, Brodie is working overtime. He's really getting himself a real workout inside that car. Look at that steering wheel working overtime, going through the gearbox. So he's trying everything to really get past Wallace here. And here he goes. Is he close enough? No. Oh, gee, Wallace really early on the brake pedal there too. So the lights well and truly lit there early. So looks like Wallace is driving a little bit defensively as well, and quite aware that Dominic has got a slightly quicker car here at the moment, certainly more pace. And then they go down towards the penultimate corner, down the big dip, and then heading around that tight section. Here we go. That's where they're heading to, down through past the back spectator stand. Down the main straight. This will be an interesting shot from above because they'll be alongside of each other down the main straight here. Let's have a look. Oh, we've just lost coverage there just for a moment. There we go, that's better. I can see a much more bit of indication, and Dominic gets it done. Gee, has that thing got some straight line speed. Man, he picked him up there by turn one easily under brakes, and Brodie Dominic picks up the position and will take him to the lead of the, well, not the lead of the race just yet, but will take him up into sixth position. Will certainly work him into favour. Two young guys at the wheel there. So who's in the pits? Smith has come into the pits. So that will be a driver change. Tim Maynard will step on board. And we've got a slowing XL. No, it's just a slower car. That's all good.
Yeah, that's
got two BMWs have just gone past the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry there.
Yeah, that's Adrian Galley has just got behind the wheel. They just served their first 5-minute pit stop in the XL. So that's already one of the 2 5-minute stops done and out the way already for that car. Just while you were talking us through the battle between the BMWs, I was looking through timing, jotting down what everybody was doing last time through. So in terms of pit stops and everything, I noted that the number 71 Pulsar did a 5-minute stop. All of the other Pulsars did a 2.5-minute stop. And the Dan Smith one, with Dan Smith now remaining behind the wheel, that was only 1 minute and 26 seconds. So that certainly does not count as a compulsory pit stop. So the Pulsars have gone all different directions in strategy. Some with 5-minute stops, some with 2.5-minute stops, and some with no compulsory pit stop at all. So it's all going to play out over the next couple of hours. But the only thing for me with Smith was that done within the 50 minutes, as I say, maximum stint time of 50 minutes. Was he in the lane before then? It was very touch and go, I think, for the 313 machine. But everybody has completed their first stop, whether it be a compulsory one that we can tick off or not. a large majority did do a compulsory pit stop in that first cycle. The ones that didn't were the 111 of Sidwell Carpenter and Kobe Williams in their XL. The other ones that didn't were the Tatani, Duggan, Maisie Place, the all-female Hyundai XL trio, and as well the car I was just talking about, the 313 machine of Smith and Maynard, as well as the AJ racing car as well. Sorry, the Subaru BRZ had also did not do a compulsory pit stop time. So all different strategies. It's what I love about endurance racing. It's not just about who's fastest on the racetrack. You have to think the long game.
It's all about the timing. Just saw Brodie Dominic pick up another place too. Got past Jake Carpenter in the 111 car down there in the XL. So Dominic driving very strongly at the moment. Look at him push it, getting it over that curb. So the 42 BMW 135i. Seen a lot of this guy in the XL series here at SA throughout the year, and how he's progressed and worked his way through fields. We know how aggressive he can drive because we've seen it in that series. And he's not frightened. There's the Carpenter entry that just got past Jake Carpenter behind the wheel there.
As we look at the Subaru BRZ out there on the circuit, roaring up the hill towards turn number 10, and currently being followed by Emily Duggan behind the wheel now of the 120 Peter Page sponsored Hyundai. Peter Page and the Pages have a nice Hyundai dealership in Adelaide, very much Hyundai through and through.
Right down in the northern suburbs of Adelaide there, Elizabeth.
Yes, yep.
Once one of the biggest Holden dealerships here in SA, but unfortunately that no longer exists, so they've gone for the other H. They've gone for the Hyundai out there at that dealership.
It's worked well for them though, hasn't it? Oh, huge slide there for who's behind the wheel of that car now. It's Weng behind the wheel, Jason Weng behind the wheel of the 464 machine. So all the first pit stops have been completed. Cars separated by nearly 2 laps, but the fastest cars aren't necessarily at the front. The first car is the Smith machine, the Smith Pulsar. There it is on the screen at the moment. That's leading the race, however, did not complete a mandatory pit stop at all. It was a very, very short first stop. So Dan Smith is at the wheel, and he is leading the way by 2 minutes ahead of the Commodore in 195. I'm hearing that Tim Maynard's behind the wheel at the moment, and it did look to me like it was Tim. Timing saying Smith, but yeah, I can agree with what I'm hearing in my ear from the Blendline guys in the van, that it is Tim Maynard now behind the wheel of that car.
Yes, I wonder why that didn't change at the top of the timing monitor there, but I was also thinking the same, that it was Tim behind the wheel, so that has now been confirmed. And the second car on track is the Stafford entry.
That's the 195 Commodore.
That's the Commodore.
That's done its 2.5 minute stop, so that's got a little bit of the time done and out the way. The 142 Integra is in third. That also did a 2.5 minute stop. Then we got the Weng Subaru BRZ. That's in fourth. That didn't do any of its compulsory time. Then we got the 2 BMWs. They're currently 3 minutes, nearly 4 minutes behind the race leader, but they have ticked the first 5 minute stop, done and out the way already.
So that'll certainly work to their advantage towards the latter half of this race. Rob Soineni now behind the wheel of the 142 Integra. So it's in his driving stint now. There's an overall leader at the moment, but they haven't done their compulsory time in their pit stop, so that'll change. In a world of his own now, the Timmy Maynard.
Certainly he is.
You can see he's just like driving on a lonely country road out there at the eastern part of the circuit.
Everybody else, if you look, they're all sort of around the same section of the course. But he's all by himself out there on the backside of the circuit at the moment. Timing's just slightly refreshed. There we are. It now says Maynard's at the front of the field, and it also shows that his lead isn't anywhere near as much as we first thought. It's actually only half a minute ahead of those behind, so a little closer than what we first thought.
Yeah, so Stafford's still the second one. About there in the Commodore, on board here with the 313 car. So this is Timmy Maynard. And that's definitely Tim. Good change of race suit there.
Yes.
Now there's the bright red race suit. So that is definitely confirmed.
You can see how tall he is. He's a really tall fella, is Tim. Look at how bent his knees are up by the wheel. There's not too much distance between his knees and the bottom of the steering wheel. And you can see how high his head is as well, up in the seat. That would be quite a cramped seating position, I reckon.
No seat adjustment required, just get in.
Yeah, that's right.
Just jam you in.
Certainly wouldn't need a booster seat, that's for
No.
sure. Leading the way out there at the moment in the Pulsar. And doing a really nice job of things at this point in time. We still have, at the moment, 8 cars on the lead lap in this race. PB lap for Declan Kirkham. You might think, oh, crikey, that car's fallen down the order a fair bit. It has, but that's because it's done a 5-minute pit stop. So the only one of the Pulsars to do a 5-minute slap in the first stop. So I think that's a good strategy, Paul, as I say. There's a safety car at some point in that race. That'll pay huge dividends for them, getting the big stops done and out the way early. As Maynard comes across the line, a 3-minute 52.1. That's a few seconds slower than what Smith did in the first stint. He was in the 46s, so a sublime time for Smith out there in the Pulsar, and that's how he was able to take the fight to some of the much faster cars.
Interesting you mentioned the word safety car there. That's another thing that can throw a spanner in the works in these kind of races as well, obviously backing all the field up. So it just takes one of those. You might get a car out there with a mechanical problem and parked up in the obscure position, and that's all it'll take. I don't really want to see, it's obviously a safety car that sort of throws all the strategies well and truly out the window there, but we'll see how we go at the moment. Still Timmy Maynard out there, out on his own. He's minding his own business. And gets down towards the hairpin section down the back of the circuit.
We should say as well, based on the class you're in as well, you've got a maximum speed time and things around this circuit. And if you break out if you're too fast on more than one occasion in this race, you automatically move up to the next category. So there's a big penalty for breaking out, as it's referred to, breaking out of your class in terms of speed. As you say, it's all based on lap time and lap performance. As we ride on board with Tim Maynard, let's sit back and watch him through the middle sector of this lap.
Work down through there too. So back pointing towards us, that's the opposing grid section down the back of the circuit.
Yep.
I do like the high-tech air conditioning unit they've got there, the ducting just hanging down in front of the driver. Well, nothing too fancy.
Trying to keep cool in every way. The air conditioner vent there, and then on the left as well, the window being open as well. So there's a lot of air going through that car as it heads around the circuit. Fastest lap of the entire motor race. Last time through, Brodie Dominic in the BMW car number 42. That is a sublime lap time. That was 5 seconds nearly, 4.3 seconds faster than the Wallace BMW, their B-class rivals. So he's actually pulled out a 12-second lead over that car now out there on the race circuit. So the B-Class battle in stint number 2 is certainly going the way of car number 42 at this point in time. The Panasonic-sponsored BMW 135i. It's a production car, that one. Got lots of production car history and Bathurst 6-hour history. These guys, though, have had very, very little driving of this car prior to this weekend, as we see a battle on between the Integra and the Nissan Pulsar. So why is the Integra being overtaken by the Pulsar, I ask?
I'm not too sure how they've come together there. So something's happened that we couldn't see on the footage, but I'm starting to wonder if that Integra might have had a bit of an off-road excursion somewhere.
He's a lap ahead, so they're not even on the same lap, these two. Lap number 15 for Zanetti and lap number 14 for the Pulsar that's gone the long way around. It still says Declan Kirkham behind the wheel, but he did the opening stint, so I wouldn't expect him to still be behind the wheel as the wheel cocks up. But that's interesting that the Integra has been overtaken and unlapped by, in theory, a much slower car.
Yes, interesting.
They are in the same class. They're both in the C class.
Yeah.
But the Integra all weekend long has been much faster than the Nissan Pulsars, not just this one, but all of them. Make sure you follow the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park Facebook page or Instagram page, and tune in on their website as well for all of the news. Next year there's a lot of news being floating around about this venue in recent times. I will just talk you through this for a moment and come back to that, because they are side by side on pit straight. The Integra looking to go a lap ahead once again into the braking zone. Pulls across to zone.
Kirkham made him earn it.
Certainly did.
Goodness me. It was going to go past easily. He has managed to do that now and should be a lot quicker than that Pulsar once he gets some clean air in front of him and starts skipping away.
But the point I was going to make about the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, lots of news about this venue in recent times. Of course, the Bend 500, the endurance race, the precursor to Bathurst, will be here for the first time next year. A little bit of a lock-up down there for Zanetti into the hairpin. But yeah, first time the 500-kilometre endurance supercars race will take place here. And also the return of TCR World Tour as well. How cool will it be to have international touring car racing around here on the 4.95k circuit? The world's best. They were racing at Macau last weekend. Thrilling title fight that went down to the wire, and it ended up going to Honda's Norby Mikulich in the end over there on the iconic streets of Macau. It's going to be brilliant to have them here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. They raced here last year, of course,
yes,
at Sydney Motorsport Park and at Bathurst as part of the Bathurst International, and it was a huge success. So can't wait to have the international guys come back here.
Get it right here in SA.
Yeah.
What a massive bonus that is.
Huge.
Huge. That's just ridiculous. Can't wait for that moment.
And that's a support category to supercars.
Ah,
so
that's right.
You've got international touring car racing as well as endurance racing as well. So plenty to sink your teeth into at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in September next year. Of course, the Bend Classic will be returning as well as drag racing and so much more, including, of course, the Sam Champs, where we are the final round of the South Australian Motor Racing Series. Can't wait to see what 2025 delivers. I'm sure there'll be a night race or two at Mallala again, maybe
Earlier in the season.
Yeah.
We don't have the lighting capacity here at this venue, but
it's too long.
Yeah, it's too long. That's a lot of globes.
That's correct. Correct.
It'll be been a long season. We talked about the classic that was here last month. That was massive. That was extremely well attended here, with the country theme and cowboy hats walking around here at that venue that weekend. It was a massive big weekend. Actually, it's been a really busy season overall here for not only the Sam Champs we were talking about, but all the other things that have been going on with it. Just every weekend seems to be full of something. So it's been quite an exciting year for 2024 for this venue. And obviously, we just spoken there, it's going to get a lot better as well. Lots of different things happen around this venue. But the drag strip is going to be in play next week. We've got the off-street drags happening there next weekend.
And then something completely different the following weekend. Tractor pull.
Yeah, the good old tractor pull. That's a real Australian thing, isn't it? For international viewers there.
I've just seen this.
Brody Dominic we're watching here at the moment. He is driving very fast and very aggressive at the moment.
And this is for position third outright, just ahead on the road. That's Zanetti in the Integra. The one ahead of that is the down a lap Nissan Pulsar, but we are just about to see, I think, a overtake for third position outright as he pulls to the inside and flies by. So there we are, move for third position. It's looking pretty nice at the moment for that number 42 BMW. It served its first 5-minute mandatory stop and is moving up already back into the podium positions. That's a very positive sign.
Very positive. He's just going to get past the Kirkham car there at the moment. I think Declan's still on board there. Lots of pace in this BMW.
He's
been screaming through the field. For instance, since Brody's been on board, taken over from Smith, and he has been driving the absolute wheels off this thing.
I was going to say, I'm going to send Declan a text message, and if he doesn't respond, we know he's in the car, and if he does respond, then he's out of the car.
So still on board here with the 42 car, the Smith, Anderson, the Dominic combination. Dominic on board here at the moment in the BMW 135i. Plenty of sting in that little BMW. You can see that at the moment with Brody behind the wheel. So he's got past Kirkham, so he's plenty of air in front of him at the moment just to carry on his merry way. Past the first 1 hour mark here in this race too, by the way, with under 3 hours remaining. Jeez, it's hard to believe we're just over a quarter of the way through this race. It's a long way to go. Still more strategy to come into play.
We have to touch on, you're talking about pit stops and strategy and things. There's an option here at this race, and I don't recall many races that have this option. But in this endurance race, you can fill up yourself with fuel at every pit stop, or the Bend offering their own services. Ricky Capo is down there manning the fuel system at the end of pit lane, and you can get the Bend Motorsport Park aficionados to do it for you if you'd like. Obviously, refueling banned in Formula One, so you know, there's some people that don't have refueling rigs and things like that that wouldn't be able. They'd lose a lot of time trying to refuel themselves. So the Bend offer their own services to help the lower budgeted teams out, and I think that's a really, really good initiative that the Bend Motorsport Park has taken.
It's got encouragement to get some more competitors back.
Yeah,
and that's exactly how it works. Still on board here with Brody Dominic. This is still what we're looking at the moment. Everybody's got their little piece of track, and everyone's in their own little driving rhythm. Brody's in a bit more of a serious driving rhythm at the moment. Carting this thing around the track.
I've just seen a huge 300-second penalty flash up on the screen on the left-hand side for the 464 machine. That is the Subaru BRZ. 300 seconds, that's 5 minutes. I'm just looking through the regs. 5-minute penalty for several reasons. You can get a 5-minute penalty. Failure to complete the CPS correctly or within the CPS window. It did that, so that should be all right. Fuel spillage during refueling or infringement of class breakout. So maybe the lap time has been too fast, and might be the reason for the 5-minute penalty.
Interesting.
I didn't see a fuel spillage, so I think it's section E of penalties, infringement of class breakout. Race offence is 5 minutes, so going too fast within the class, I think there is the reason for that penalty. Here it is on the screen at the moment.
This is the car we're talking about with the 5-minute penalty.
Goes through with a 3-minute 1:49.8. That's only a second slower than what it did last time through. So I think it's certainly on the bubble, shall we say, of potentially breaking out, unless there was a little fuel spillage. We didn't see the pit stop, but I think the more likely of the two, with the rate that this car's going at the moment, it's more likely to be a breakout. They're quite significant penalties, they really are. A 10-minute penalty if you do not complete your mandatory CPS pit stops. So at the end of the race, if you think, oh, we'll just do it a few seconds less on this one, try and save a few seconds, hopefully they won't notice. A, they will notice, and B, you'll be hit with a 10-minute penalty. So it is not worth trying to cut your CPS pit stops short. That is for sure. Also, yeah, as well as that, 5-minute stops for fuel spillage, failure to complete the CPS correctly or within the CPS window. So it did do it within the window. It went a bit less than the 2.5 minutes, but that's fine because he can serve those later on. It's not like the window's closed and he won't serve them, so he won't get a 5-minute penalty for that. So I'm leaning towards it's the class breakout.
We'll go with that, Dan. Done a fair bit of research there, so that's good.
Always pays.
You should be a steward. You've got the rule book right in front of you.
Always pays to have the supplementary regulations on hand in an endurance race like this one, because in endurance racing anything can and often does happen. As I just saw for position number 4, Zonetti has the Wallace BMW right on his rear bumper as they went through the
just left the screen there. I'll get a glimpse of that pairing in just a moment. Looking north down the eastern end of the track, that shot. There we go. So that's Jack Wallace on board there now. Rob Zonetti with the chase.
So the move's been made. The move has been made. So that is for position number 4. That Pulsar ahead is lapping really, really well at the moment. It really, really is. It still says Declan Kirkham behind the wheel at the moment. It's lapping very, very nicely to stay ahead of these cars. But as we say, that's a lap down at the moment. But watch that car pop in up the order later on in this race. It's already got a big slab of time already served in the pit stops. So watch that car move up the order later on in this race.
We will. There's the car we were just talking about with the penalty.
Huge.
And here's Wallace in the Warren Mining entry, which of course is their family business, or Adam's business. Down there at Paraka, down there at Main North Road. Looking after all the heavy sort of mining and machinery stuff down there.
Dominic has come in. Brody Dominic has come in car number 42.
Well, he's been going hammer and tongs lap after lap.
I don't know if he's lost all the rubber, gone a bit too hard too early, because that's a little earlier than what I expected.
Yeah, I would have too. So whether there's some sort of problem there, I'm not too sure. That's interesting. Little pit stop there for Dominic.
I will say that talking to everybody up and down the lane on this 777 course, everybody has said they are shocked at how much fuel they're using, because it's quite stop-start in nature, that middle sector. They're using, off the throttle, brake, back on the power, back on the brake, back on the throttle. They're using so much fuel. And a lot of them said, okay, the stint might be 50 minutes, but actually doing that on fuel might not be that easy. So I think the fuel was going to be a limiting factor in this race. And we might be seeing that already with some of the competitors, particularly the Pulsar runners. As we say, they run at Winton, Calder Park, and a few venues over there in Victoria. They were saying they've never seen fuel numbers as bad as what they're getting here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Albert Park in the venue, of course, of the Australian Grand Prix. Although it won't look it, doesn't have particularly high-speed straights or doesn't have particularly slow-speed corners. But because it's quite a traditional, there's quite a few 90-degree corners, Albert Park is traditionally the worst venue on the whole Formula 1 calendar for fuel economy. So that shows that braking, accelerating a lot is very bad for fuel economy. And that middle sector, exactly where we are now, has a lot of that. As we see another car come in the lane.
Jason Wang.
So
what's happening? That's the car with the big penalty we were just talking about. It's made another appearance in the pit lane. They've already done a driver change there, so they've come in maybe a little bit earlier than probably I would have expected as well. Brodie Dominic still in the pits. Just waiting for the time to tick over there. Nothing wrong with Declan Kirkham's run at the moment.
no.
Still going all right. And there it is, the Timmy Maynard. That's the current lead car in the Pulsar. And I think with the bright orange race suit there.
And at the moment, he is matching. There's still 31 seconds last time we looked, or effectively 31 seconds. Last time we looked, it was 30 seconds. So he is matching that big V8 Commodore behind at the moment on the road. So that is a real commendable effort.
Huge effort. Probably not what we would have expected at this stage of the race. And there he goes. Puts down, that's the more combination, or I think Steven Stukovic is behind the wheel there at the moment. They've already had the driver change, so the two Victorian Pulsars together there, with obviously Maynard putting a lap down on that car. Running really strong. Interesting car. Actually, they're probably not the worst production car in the world to be racing around an endurance event. They are a proven strong race car, Pulsars. So they're certainly looking very strong at the moment. We've seen him over here race at this track certainly in sprint format at a few of the state rounds. Certainly did here last season. And they certainly were very strong around this track. Not so much the GT circuit, but they certainly were very competitive. Steven Sukovic there is the car that just got past. Now, what's happening with these pitted cars? Dominic's still in. Jason Wang has not returned.
This car has had problems pretty much all weekend, the 88. We spoke about the wheel coming off, but also on Friday it had major engine issues, and everybody who was in there, all of the Pulsar runners, not just the drivers but the pit crews as well, of all of the different Pulsars, were in the engine bay getting that fixed in the heat that was Friday ahead of yesterday. It was an incredible team effort from everybody down there, so we have to say a big thank you. I'm sure that Moore and as well Stukovic will both be saying a huge thank you to everybody down there who helped get that car back out on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's been pretty busy down there at Virgil Precision Auto. Kirkham looking after most of those race cars down there this weekend. Seen plenty of cars up on jacks there the weekend with wheels off, and obviously a wheel that did come off yesterday that probably didn't want to come off, but been lots happening, bonnets up. But it's good to see that the Maynard car is still running strong.
And speaking of running, the 42 BMW has gone back out onto the racetrack, and their second 5-minute stop has now been completed. So that is 2 of the 3 done, or no, it's 2 and then a 2.5. No, Class B is 3 5 minutes, so that's 2 of the 3 done now. That is really, really good that they've got that done and out the way in the first hour and 22 minutes of this race.
And counting.
Yes.
You're counting, eh? Right.
It says on timing in front of me.
So we're just waiting for the Wang entry, which is the BRZ, and that's also returned as well. They've done full 5 minutes too. So I wonder if they actually cut their first pit stop a little bit short, maybe.
Which car was this, sorry?
That was the Toyota BRZ.
Yes, it was a short pit stop.
So that might be it. That might be the reason for the penalty.
But a lot of people you can have a short pit stop. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is if you haven't done all your pit stops by the end of the race. As the 313 in-car camera moves past the 120 in-car camera, and a nice thank you on the way by Maynard, because Maisie, no, it's not Maisie Place, Emily Duggan behind the wheel at the moment who jumped out of the way. Emily Duggan and Lisa Tortani teamed up in the Hyundai XL Enduro yesterday for both of the 1 hour races, and today. An additional co-driver in in Maisie Place, who races RX-8 Cup, the Mazda RX-8 Cup series, and is a pretty good driver in that series. She's always in and around the top 10 in what is a stacked quality field, always action in that category. So a great addition to what is already a strong duo. So a really strong ladies team that has been fielded for the event this weekend. Since Emily has taken over the car, she's moved past Adrian Gallia in the fight in the Hyundai XL Class D. However, they are nowhere near the car further up the road, the D-Class, the other D-Class car of Carpenter and as well Kobe Williams out there on the circuit. Or I say out there on the circuit, as I say it, it is in the lane, the 111 Hyundai of Jake Carpenter.
Yes, so are we looking for a drive change still? Just saw that car come in on the timing screen. So that is the 111, that's the XL race car that's come in. Get Tim Maynard on board here. Doing a terrific job. Just keeping that thing as straight as a die at the moment. Touch wood.
There's some good news and some bad news for the Subaru BRZ. They've finished their 5-minute penalty. However, they technically still haven't actually done any compulsory pit stops yet. So they're buried at the tail end of the field, and they still haven't done a compulsory pit stop.
Oh, gee, bit of mismanagement there, unfortunately, in that small team. So they've got to still do it all over again.
We spoke about the fact that they're Targa competitors in the past. They're not used to doing pit stops and strategy. It's a foreign concept to them. Of course, rallying, it's one point to another. It's not a circuit. You don't go round and round, and you don't need to make pit stops. You have lunchtime services and things where you can get your car repaired. So a completely different discipline of racing. Of course, not only circuit racing, but to add in the mix of endurance racing as well. So yeah, that's it's been a bit of a what's the word? Trial by fire so far this race for them, but so far anyway, I'm sure they're out there enjoying themselves. Nevertheless, great to have them a part of the event in the AJ Racing Subaru BRZ. That's Kwok Wai Chung, who's yet to get behind the wheel. Chung Chen did the first stint, and now it's Jason Weng behind the wheel at the moment. Or have they changed? No,
Chan's jumped on board.
Chen's got
he
behind the
jumped
wheel.
on board at that pit stop, which was not legally a pit stop.
Yes.
So it's an interesting little thing going on there. Still Maynard still leading them around. There he is. God, this thing is running really strong.
Touch wood, make sure
touch wood.
You don't want to do a commentator's curse there.
We're good at that.
Yes, we are. We've done it a few times this weekend. Probably not as many as we have done in some rounds, but yeah, it's always the lurgy that we have to carry around with us. But out in front, the margin has been ever so slightly decreased, back under 31 seconds again. But I'm so impressed with the fact that Maynard and as well his co-driver in Dan Smith have been able to match Honda Integras. They've been able to match Subaru BRZs, and in this stint, match Stafford behind the wheel of the Commodore.
A lot more horsepower involved with that car, obviously. Back to third position is Jay Wallace. We think that may be Jack. The car hasn't come in for another pit stop yet. Another one has, though. And the Sukovic entry, which is the Ben Moore car, has just entered into pit lane as well. So that possibly another driver change coming forth.
And the Carpenter and Kobe Williams.
Well, they've just clocked over the 5-minute stop there. So they should be ready to be relaunched.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
So that's a compulsory pit stop done. Their first one was well under the time. So that's the first 5-minute stop done and out the way for the 111 car. I imagine Lucy Sidwell will now be jumping behind the wheel of that. She's yet to do a stint. Kobe Williams started. Jake Carpenter did stint number 2. and I imagine Lucy Sidwell will do stint number 3. Lucy Sidwell, a Victorian XL runner. Not sure if she's done any racing here in South Australia, Mark.
She did yesterday.
Well, that's true. That's true. But yeah, Lucy Sidwell, she had a notable rollover at Sandown a couple of years ago, but since then she's really come back strong. She had a few rounds out to repair the car, but she's really got stronger and stronger and stronger as time has gone by, and it's really good to see that she's doing nicely out there in XL competition, and the fact as well now that she's coming over the border as well and taking it to the finest in SA as well.
It's the finest it is. So still the 111 car we're looking at there at the moment. So it's Kobe Williams behind the wheel there. So the Sinford entry there behind, I think that's Stafford behind the wheel this time. So it's Joel Stafford behind the wheel of that Commodore. That's the second place car. Just Tim Maynard in front of him. Looking down the hill, coming down the back part of the circuit. And there's the Wallace BMW, is it not?
Yep.
I think it is.
Yep. So where's that car now?
They're currently third position.
Yeah, and only 12 seconds behind that Commodore. So
you can certainly see the margin is closed there too, and it certainly shows in our timing monitor as well. So we might, not too far away, have a battle for second position if that's the case. Forward here with the 120 car. Emily Duggan on board here this time around.
I've just got a text message from Declan Kirkham, which means Declan Kirkham is not behind the wheel of the Nissan Pulsar. Either that or he's doing something very illegal out there on the race circuit. But Declan is certainly, I'm certain he's not behind the wheel. He's just said I'm having a breather out in the pits at the moment. So that means his co-driver is behind the wheel.
That's the Wallace car just going past the entry there of Emily Duggan.
If you're just tuning in to Blendline TV or just arriving here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, welcome. You are watching the inaugural 777 Endurance Crown 4-hour endurance race. I am Dan McCarthy and I've got Martin Encaro alongside of me. It's a sort of interesting one in terms of strategy at the moment. I think it's all going to play out in the next hour or so. But at the moment, the BMWs, the fast BMWs, they've got more compulsory pit stop time to serve. They're serving it, but it's buried them in the pack. So it's all going to play out as this race unfolds as we continue to ride on board with Emily Duggan. So stay tuned, stay with us, because there's a lot that's going to play out later on in this race.
On board there with Duggan. In fact, she's coming into pit lane right on cue there. So coming in for another pit stop. Marcy Place might be the next. Yeah, she's unharnessing, so she's certainly getting out. Clips the top harness there, and she'll come in. Put Maisie on board, who hasn't had a stint yet. So that's the all-female team here in this field of cars. Obviously, we mentioned there before with a couple of the interstate competitors. That's Emily there, she certainly is. She's a New South Wales-based driver. Back into, and out she gets. This will give us a great look inside the car as takes out the data. Well, that's actually her phone. Oh, we're in the wrong bay. That was the problem there. So that's going to go up a little bit further.
And I heard, I think it was the voice of Lisa Tortani saying driver swap, driver swap, driver swap. So seat goes back. She jumps out, and it will be, we believe, the third and final driver, Maisie Place, getting behind the wheel for this stint. Gives you a very good look in here at what happens here at these pit stops. Get themselves organised, put the harness device back on. See the green car, you can see the Integra just up in front of them too, which looks like that's also in the pits. Rob Zoinetti looking for the driver change. You can see out the front windscreen there of that car. And the other one that's in the car is the Wallace entry. That's just in front of that green car.
So they're close by with each other on the track.
Zanetti, I can see just ahead in the Integra. That's been in the lane for 4 minutes and 50 seconds, so just 10 seconds more, and that'll be a 5-minute mandatory stop, done and out the way. I expected Maisie Place to get behind the wheel pretty soon after there was the driver change of Duggan jumping out, so I'm not sure if this was maybe an unscheduled stop.
Don't want to see to be in too much of a hurry here.
They do have time.
Here she comes now, and there's the pink and black suit.
And she'll move the seat forwards. There we go. The seatbelt might be a bit awkward to grab hold of. She's got to reach well back behind herself.
Only very small in stature too.
There we go. Driver assistance is helped out. So I see the Zanetti car has parted. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Same can be said for the Moore car that came in as well. The Moore Pulsar. So that's 2 pit stops done out the way, so I can add that to the list as well. As we can see inside the car, Duggan is trying to fix something in there.
So it looks like adjusting the harness buckle at the rear there. So a little bit of adjustment, probably smaller frame body there, just trying to tighten things up. They put the window net up, so she is ready to go. Oh, I love those driving gloves. These American style gloves there, all the stars and stripes.
Oh, what's happening here?
And what's going on? Something else is happening here.
That's Lisa Titani, who's the other driver of that car that's just gone in under the left front wheel. So this is certainly unscheduled. How long's the car been in the lane? I'm just trying to see it. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So it is allowed to still be in there. That's fine, but not the way you'd conventionally see a stop in 2 different bays. Well, 3 technically, because she moved forward from the original one. So just trying to listen in. There we go. We've changed tags so we know which driver's behind the wheel.
Might be checking some air pressures there. I think looks like she had the air pressure gauge in her hand there. So
Ben Gallia waving the other XL out onto the racetrack. His dad's part of that combination. His dad has just jumped out. Oh, a black flag.
That's the first one we've seen. That's the Chan combination. That's the BRZ.
Oh, that car.
Gee, you reckon they've been in the wars so far at this early part of the race. So what have they done this time? Something has gone wrong again. Nothing has gone right strategically for that team.
Just thinking about it, they did a driver change when that car came in a few moments ago.
They did.
So that means it wasn't a penalty that was served. They can't have served a penalty and done a driver change. So they've done another they've done their first compulsory pit stop, but they are yet to serve the 300-second penalty. So,
goodness me, just to complicate things.
So that's a black flag, I think, reminding them that that penalty must be served.
Maisie on her way. She's finds the gear and off she goes.
Yep, 5 minutes and 18 seconds. That is a compulsory pit stop.
Stafford car also in, so the Commodore is in, and Troy Gleason should be the next driver to jump on board there, who hasn't had a stint yet also in this race. And there's Maisie Place out there in the Peter Page or Hyundai XL. Very much Peter Jackson Racing inspired livery on that car. Days of when Glenn Seaton used to carry those colours.
Oh, look at that, Wallace, 5 minutes and 3 seconds. That is a nicely timed pit stop for them. They have just parted the lane in car number 94. So like the other BMW, that is 2 5-minute stops done and out the way. Just doing a bit of housekeeping. So Maisie Place is now behind the wheel, as we can see. That was a 5-minute stop. The 4-driver XL car number 49. We've already seen in that car Gallia behind the wheel in the last stint. The first stint had Isaac Sparks behind the wheel. We now have Zolo behind the wheel of that. And I have to say, we didn't mention it in the opening stint of the race when Isaac Sparks was behind the wheel. Had a chat to him yesterday after the epic and frantic XL races. He told me he actually popped his shoulder out in the opening race after the collision that he was involved in that first encounter. So that was popped back in place by his dad before race number 2.
That sounds like a very painful experience.
Yeah, not one I've had and not one I intend to have either.
Jimmy Maynard in too. That's an important pit stop. He was leading the race to this point. So that will put Smith back in the seat when he comes back out once again.
Yep.
Stafford also in. So the top 2 cars are in the pit lane. So this looks like it's going to put Adam Wallace out in the front in the BMW. At this stage, he's just completed, has completed his pit stop. He's back out and about at the moment. So we have top runners out there. Declan Kirkham also back into pit lane as well. So we put Rob Pepper on board in that car. So a bit happening in pit lane at the moment, so good to see there's a few chops and changes. As mentioned there, David Zolo in the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry. And probably his first attempt ever at an Enduro. He's only done one round in the XL Series this year. He's still the guy down there making sure the cars are running properly. He's got his head buried in the toolbox. Chief mechanic gets to get a steer here in this endurance event here on a Sunday.
I'm sorry, I've been a bit quiet. I'm just keeping an eye on those compulsory.
Oh, you're doing fine,
times.
You're doing real well.
5 minutes has just elapsed for the Stafford Commodore. So that's the 195 machine. So that's a 5-minute stop. They did a 2.5-minute stop in the first one. They've now done their first of 2 5-minute stops. So strategy is really playing out now. We're really getting a true indication of who is where in this race. We'll run through it once all this sequence has been completed. The final 2 are in the lane and they will be finishing their stops shortly. But it looks like the Declan Kirkham machine is going to go for the full 5 minutes. They've been in for 4 minutes and 48 seconds, so that should be a box ticked as well.
Yes, the Richard Stafford now out and about. Good driver change. I think Troy Gleason should be on board there. Wait to see when they come back out, and we'll find that name in a minute.
We should say there were scheduled to be a couple more entries in this field. Adam Brook was going to field a Mazda RX-8. We're going to have an additional Hyundai XL with Aline Volts and Luke Mader behind the wheel, and I think that car was actually out at one stage yesterday. Another car that was out there on Friday was the Peugeot 208 GTI with Brett Waters and Angus Lithgow. That was going to be a really good combination in their improved production spec Peugeot. But sadly, I said being an improved production car, it might struggle to do a 4-hour endurance race. Sadly, it failed to do 2 practice sessions. The engine let go, and that was their weekend done and dusted there and then. And sadly, I helped them push that thing onto the trailer. Not what I was wanting to do. I was wanting to find out a bit about the car, not what went wrong with it.
Would have been a very frustrated Brett Waters, I would have imagined.
Yeah.
Probably... Brett, a long time, a big fan of the Peugeot 308, isn't he, Brett? He loves the Peugeots.
Yes,
He's
correct.
been racing Peugeots forever in the Improved Production Championship. Fortunately, that didn't come to fray in this Enduro event, as you just mentioned. But anyway, we're just looking at the Wallace entry there, and I think Adam's behind the wheel.
Oh, again, that thing
got
sideways.
a little bit twitchy there too, if you don't mind. So Adam Wallace, interesting motorsport history. Had a bit of affiliation with the Konica series going back a few seasons ago, and raced the Warren Mining Commodore in that series for a number of seasons. And then that finished off. He went back to racing Porsche, him and brother Jed got involved with Porsche racing there for a bit of time as well.
He was in Kuma, wasn't he? Not Konica, the Super 3.
He was in Kuma, was at Konica as well.
Oh, was he? Okay,
yeah.
there you go.
You're not old enough to remember that. No, he certainly was. I certainly remember seeing him racing around Malala in that series. Probably going back, probably 20 years ago now. So it's been a while.
Speaking of OG, crikey, that's a long pit stop is what I'm thinking at the moment. Declan Kirkham in the 71 machine, 7.5 minutes.
That's not a sign, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a good sign at all. So 5 minutes is the maximum, or the minimum maximum pit stop, if you follow what I'm trying to say there. The minimum time for the largest pit stop is 5 minutes. So any time after that, oh, there it is. It's just joining down the lane now. So how long is it going to be? 7 minutes and 54 seconds. So 2 minutes and 54 seconds have been wasted there. That is huge. 2 minutes and 54 seconds is basically an entire lap. And that car, yes, okay, it's done 2 5-minute pit stops. It's the only one, I think, in Class D to do that. However, a big cross for that. 2.5 minutes, over 2.5 minutes lost in that pit stop.
That's not going to help him at all. On board here, this is Kim Anderson. On board here, had a big season in Circuit XLs this season. And has managed to finish in 3rd position in the championship also this season. Normally a front runner in that series, along with his teammate Brian Smith. I think we can both speak for both of us, the two very similar blue coloured cars in that series.
They were fighting each other all season long, weren't they, in the Masters class. We should explain for those Victorians maybe watching on that see the XLs just out there in one class. Such is the strength in numbers in South Australian XL racing. We split them, haven't we, now into Trophy and Masters. It debuted last year, was a great success, came back again this year. So the youngsters are wanting to make a career in the sport are in Trophy, and Masters are for the elderly gentlemen.
Slightly more seasoned, I think.
Yes, yeah, we'll go with that.
And that's one of them right there, Kim Anderson. Been a big supporter of that XL series too. Using the Air Everywhere brand on his car, which of course is his own business, an air conditioning business. Been a big supporter of that series. We were talking about that at the dinner last night. Well, that was actually the XL presentation dinner. And there it is. It's that BMW. It's been impressive, hasn't it? It's been circulating very nicely, the Panasonic entry. And just got the Wallace car in front of him. In fact, he's catching. There's Adam behind the wheel. Certainly taking some ground off that black BMW in front of them.
So there's 2 cars in the lane, both of which I have a bit of an asterisk next to. Everyone's done 2 stops. The Chan car, the 464 machine, is the one with the 300-second penalty. I can only assume that's why that car is back in the lane. The Zolo car, the 49XL, only went back onto the racetrack a couple of laps ago.
It hasn't been in there very long at all.
No, I reckon that was 3 laps maximum, I reckon, out there on the circuit. So I think there's a some sort of drama with the number 49 XL. A race so far that the cars have ran relatively mechanical, without any mechanical maladies, but you may have an issue for the number 49 XL.
Just wait and see how that clock ticks over. Very hard-working team down there at Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry down there. The Hampstead crew, I'm certainly be on board to try and rectify that problem. Done a great job in the XL series this season to get that car up and running. It's been well shared. Normally basically driven by Jordan Johnson throughout the series.
In goes car number 42. So let's run you through the order then. 2 compulsory pit stops. Well, 2 pit stops have been made by everybody. Whether or not they've got the mandatory stops out the way remains another thing. The 2 B-Class BMWs have done 2 5-minute stops. They only have one more to go, and they are at the head of the field. So that's good news. That looks good for them at the moment. However, I think a lot of the guys behind only have 2.5 minutes to serve in their third mandatory stop. So it looks good at the moment. However, they're only 10 seconds, 15 seconds ahead of Smith. So I think there's going to be an extra 2.5 minutes that we have to add on. The car in third, that's Smith, the machine with Dan Smith back behind the wheel now. That did not serve a compulsory stop the first time around, but has done one of the compulsory stops in that second window. So 313 has done just the one 5-minute stop. That is in Class D, and therefore for me has to do still another 5-minute stop and a 2.5-minute stop in the final 2 hours of this race. The car in third position. Wow, look at the wheel work from the man in second position on the road at the moment. You can see the race leader just ahead. These two have switched, I think. Yes, they have switched around on this lap.
That's the Wallace car. That's okay. That's just been rectified. The timing screen there, Dan. That's definitely Adam Wallace, the 94 car,
yes,
on top, and that's definitely the black BMW in front.
That's an XL. That's where I got confused.
Oh, that's the 111 XL in front of them there.
Apologies.
Cody Williams there in front of that car, in front of that in-car camera shot.
Apologies, I thought there was a change in the lead. I thought it was a BMW in front, but it wasn't. It's a Hyundai XL, so they are nose to tail, 2 seconds.
The interest here, actually, Dan, is the car behind Kim Anderson. Because they're certainly, he's certainly the one that's catching at the moment. Just past that slower car there at Williams there. Adam Wallace. That is our lead car, probably what you would have expected. We'd be back out into the front. Certainly no problems there for Dan Smith as well, still holding all guns there down there at position 3 on track. Still doing a terrific job trying to stick with these much more high performance production cars there at the moment. That is our lead car now, clear track in front of him now. He's got past the lap traffic.
But the fight for the lead between these two BMWs is certainly closed in once again. 2 seconds the margin out there on the race circuit. I think prior to the last round of stops, it was the 42 that was ahead of the 94. So I think there's been a change there during the pit stop sequence as we continue to look out there on the screen. You're going to absolutely love this, Mark. The Chan car, the Honda Integra, has gone back out on the racetrack in an attempt to serve the 5-minute pit stop. They've done it in 4 minutes, 48 seconds, and therefore does not count as the penalty.
Not again.
So that penalty still stands.
I think they need a new stopwatch.
Oh dear,
yeah, that's no good at all.
The list, I'm just writing so many notes on that car, and I'm running out of page room nearly. So, handed a 5-minute penalty for what we believe was breaking out of the lap time. Attempted, or came in for a pit stop, did a 5-minute pit stop, that was all fine, that was all good. Has come in again to serve that 5-minute stop, and has failed to serve the 5-minute stop. It was 4 minutes and 40 seconds. However, it can count as a 2.5-minute stop. So, in that sense, they've done an extra 2 minutes and 10 seconds, but at least they've got a little bit of a mandatory stop out the way. Light at the end of the tunnel.
We'll call it that. So, that's the 142 car on board. It's coming there at the moment. Shane Nowicki having a drive in the Integra at the moment. And there's our poor old Chan car there also on the shot. Well, they're really having trouble getting their timing sorted out as far as their pit stops are concerned. So not too much has gone their way. There's going to be a lot of discussions in the debriefs this evening, I think, in this team. I was just looking at the gap between first and second. That's also closed up too. 2.1 seconds. I just saw that flick over. So our two BMW is getting a little bit closer together up toward the pointing into the field.
Yeah.
With Kim Anderson actually just circulating in that previous lap as well.
By a huge margin of 0.2. Over 7 kilometres.
I said a little bit, I didn't say a lot.
It's out to 3 seconds now as they go through the latest sector point. So a second has been drawn out for the race leader. That was a nice sector out there on the circuit. Great that we got sector timing here this weekend. I know the Bend have put in a lot of effort to make that happen, so we have to thank them for that, because without that, this race in particular would be very hard to follow, waiting 4 minutes every time to get a lap time update.
That's
so
right.
To have sector splits, particularly in this race, has made our life a lot easier. Out there on the circuit,
That's a Xylo car also hasn't made a reappearance. I've been in the pits for 9 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's a problem.
Yes.
They've got some issues there, obviously. Obviously, they get down there and try and rectify that issue. Not sure what it is. Hang on, there's movement. Which direction is it going out the gate? Is it coming out on the track? Where are we going with that car?
Out on the racetrack after 9 minutes and 39 seconds. That is back out on the racetrack. And in more positive news, because it was in the lane so long, yeah, okay, it's because it had a problem and it's gone down several laps. It has actually completed for the first car to complete all of its mandatory pit stops.
Here's the 42 car. This is Kim Anderson, was running in second position on track. So this is another very important pit stop. This is probably going to put Brian Smith back in the seat here. They're right down the other end of pit lane, so it's a big long drive. In one of the end garages, right down the other end. Seatbelt is coming off, and we have stopped. Engine off, and that's Brian Smith. That's definitely the Brian Smith race suit there. See the yellow stripes on that race suit. There will be a driver change to take place here.
I'm interested. Oh, bad sportsmanship flag. 120 and 313.
That's the all-girl team in the Hyundai XL, the 120 team.
And the Smith and Maynard Pulsar that's in outright third position at the moment. But that's very interesting. I note the Anderson BMW that's just come into the lane. It's certainly got the outright speed, and yes, when it does this stop, will have done all of its mandatory 5-minute stops. However, the fuel window of that car is less than anything else. They're doing a maximum of 45 minutes per stint. In fact, even less than that. So that's not a good sign that they're coming into the lane so often. Because to do 3 stops within the first half of the race means they're going to, and on that mass, have to do 6 by the end. So that's a really bad sign in terms of fuel economy. Yes, they got the pace, but if they're going to, they won't have to do 5-minute stops again. But coming into the lane for any period of time at any point in the race, if you don't need to, is a waste of time, and you will fall backwards through the field. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Yes, it certainly is. Well picked out there, Dan. There's the 313 car. That's the one that's got the bad sportsmanship flag. So that's the Smith entry there. And there's the other one that's got the black and white flag. It's the 120 car. So those two cars together at the moment. Amazing place on board of the 120 entry. And so Dan Smith, once again, working hard away in that pink and black coloured Pulsar, as we saw in the earlier stint. So he made out plenty of ground in the early part of his stint earlier on during this race. As we are actually into half race distance. He's getting down towards the 2-minute mark here. So nearly 2 hours has ticked over. So we've had multiple lead changes and lots of different strategic pit stops have happened, but it's not over yet. Adam Wallace, our leader there, the 94 car, the all black BMW M3. Probably pretty much the favourite going into this event. So this is the onboard Dan Smith at the moment. Once again, clear of any lap traffic. He's got plenty of clear air in front of him. So just out there in his own little world there at this moment of time.
The 42 BMW's gone out onto the track a lot quicker than expected. It wasn't a 5-minute stop. It was not a mandatory stop. So that was the first pit stop that was basically just a splash and dash. So they still have one more 5-minute stop to go.
So I think you've probably picked it out well there with the fuel economy. That would have been a little bit of a top up of fuel. So yeah, so they can still do another 5-minute stop. Important strategy. Fuel is another thing, isn't it? All cars have got burn fuel different depending on what car you've got. So these endurance events, it certainly makes a difference. So that BMW is certainly sucking plenty of juice in at the moment.
Is that a crack in the windscreen? Just next to the number? A little dot, and then there's a line that goes down the windscreen. I think that's a crack in the windscreen.
I've been watching that actually. It was a little chip there, and I think it's actually run a little bit during this race. So, better call windscreens O'Brien.
Yeah, correct.
Probably, yeah, that certainly is. I don't think that's an insect.
No.
I think that definitely looks like a chip.
Not a sheep, not that one, no, a chip.
Chip.
Not a poo. A chip. So you see him head down the hill towards the extended section of the course. Oh, that's in a little bit deep there for Smith, I think, but a nice late apex. And back up the hill once again, sweep around the long flowing double apex turn at number 10 before they plummet back down once again. I love this corner. Got a bit of banking to it, a sort of NASCAR feel to it, this corner here. Look around the right, and then he's come across two XLs at the wrong moment, goes to the inside. Oh, we're all locked up. And wow, that was an interesting moment. Kobe Williams in the XL went one way, and he went the other in the Pulsar. Kobe Williams has come out just ahead. But that was a hairy moment there. For
the other one involved there was David Zolo.
Great onboard footage.
There was the other car that we went past there.
Yeah, I don't think that car's running right still. I really, really don't.
No, it seems to be very slow.
Oh, back up the inside from the Pulsar. Nicely done. Kobe Williams is, that we've seen so far in this race, the fastest of all of the XL drivers in this race. But I note that the Pulsars, everybody was sort of surprised on Friday. The Pulsars are a bit more faster than what they expected. So the Pulsars are a good 10, 12, depending on the driver, 10 to 15 seconds a lap faster than what the XL guys are. So that's the reason why the Pulsars are in Class C and the XLs are in Class D.
D, correct. So in order, we've got Adam Wallace in front. From that car we got on screen there in Dan Smith. You know, there's 38 seconds between those two cars. We're going to see Gleason on board the Commodore running in third position. And Shane DeWicki in the 142 car in the Integra. In the top four at the moment, even though well spread. So we do enter the second phase of our endurance race here. 2 hours have passed.
And we've completed 29 laps as well, which might not sound like many in 2 hours, but you got to remember, this is a 7.7 kilometre circuit. So
I just saw you reach for the calculator there.
That's exactly, no, I'm working it out in my head. Just let me do the maths.
A man of your intelligence with numbers.
I reckon it's about 223 kilometres that they've done so far.
Not a bad guess. I would have guessed the same. With a calculator.
What calculator? What calculator? as Kobe Williams in the 111 XL has now come in the lane from what was 6th position.
Solo's back in too. So they've got a definite problem. He's just completed another lap. That's as far as he's got. So definitely something wrong with that XL.
So we might be down to 10 cars here. I'm sure they'll try and fix it and get it back out just for a bit of lap time, a bit of practice. I mean, any time you can circulate around this venue, you're going to learn something, aren't you?
Certainly will at the moment. Look, there's a very big learning experience for some of these drivers that haven't competed on this big circuit at all before this weekend.
It's been a major learning experience for the crew directly ahead of the car that we're on board with. They still are yet to serve that 5-minute penalty.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre, isn't it?
They've had 2 attempts at it. One, they changed a driver, so it didn't count. That was a legitimate pit stop. The second attempt wasn't 5 minutes, so that didn't count either. It did count as a 2.5-minute pit stop, but it didn't serve their penalty. As the number 94, the race leader out there at the moment, moves on through. 48 seconds ahead of the Pulsar behind. I think this car at the moment, with the other BMW pitting so regularly, is looking like the more superior of the BMW B-class cars at the moment, just simply because it can go longer on stints. And at the rate they're going at the moment, I think he might be able to go a full stint longer by the end of the race.
Could be. So as we mentioned, David Silo back in, Cody Williams in for a pit stop. In fact, that car, I think it's re-entered.
Yeah, it was a splash and dash.
So that was just a quick one. Just a bit of a top up of fuel there. So the 111 car back out, which is the XL back out on the track. Adam Wallace leading this race, blown it out to 45 seconds between first and second, in fact 48 seconds between first and second position.
Just trying to look to see if anybody's done all of their pit stops. I don't think anybody has yet. No, nobody has done all of their compulsory pit stops. So it's a bit of game of chess at the moment. There's no doubt everybody will need to do more pit stops than what is required. The minimum amount that can be completed for Class B machines is 4 pit stops. Now I think everybody's going to need to do more than 4 pit stops to make it home. It's just a case of who's done their long mandatory ones and who's done short splashes to this point. So yeah, nobody yet has done all of their mandatory pit stops, apart from the Zolo Hyundai that's in the lane once again. So although that's done all of its pit stops, it is a lot of laps down. PB lap has just come in and we've ridden on board with it throughout that lap. Car number 94, Adam Wallace. PB lap.
Look at the bit of oversteer there in that corner too. Yeah, so Adam is getting well and truly stuck into it here. Tell the way he's got a grip hold of that wheel with a bit of oversteer. Going to be hard down. So driving that thing very aggressively. That's why he's just put a PB down on that previous lap. So really starting to stamp his authority of this part of the race at the moment. There are more pit stops to come. All strategy. We've got the Blendline in-car TV cameras here this weekend. We've got a few of them on board of various cars in various categories. It's only given us a great look at this big track.
It has.
Normally we don't, we normally see it. We certainly can't see a whole track from where we stand up in the, we'll do the raw view of the trackside broadcast. So we've got the 8 television cameras here this weekend thanks to Blendline TV, but look at that section there, left, right, back to the right. That's right down the other side of the track, the furthest point from the main complex. Oh, gee, a little bit crossed up there if you don't mind. Got a little bit exciting there to say the least. So Adam Wallace there pushing very, very hard, trying to get that gap to open up a little bit further before their next pit stop. Bitch him around this circuit. Down to the right-hander there. Up a little climb. Back down to the left. The big fishbowl section coming back inside the complex. That's where it is right there. Place where it joins the international circuit. Normally be turn 13 on the international circuit, back inside the main stadium. Plenty of clean air in front of him, of course. He is leading the race. Can't see too many. Well, that Chan car is back in the pits again. Now what's up? What is going on this time? Must be down there scratching their heads. They haven't done pit stops they needed to be doing. They got close to the last one. Let's see if they can get that stopwatch out and get it correct this time. No return for David Zolo. I think that might be toast. I have a feeling that might be it for that Hampstead Auto entry.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm interested to see if the 464 machine does finally complete that 300-second penalty. It certainly served more pit stops than anybody else in this race. Well, the same amount as the Zolo number 49 Hyundai XL. It'd be a bit of a shame if that car can't get restarted, because that is the sole four-car operation, four-driver operation, and Jordan Johnston hasn't even got behind the wheel yet.
Well, it's actually his car.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's actually the car that he's racing in the XL series.
Yeah, the Hampstead Auto and Dyno car.
Yeah.
Do you know if that's the same XL exactly that was raced yesterday, or if they've got a second car?
So it would be.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. There's a secondary car in that team too, which was being competed by Ozark Sparks in the series as well. And the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry. That's actually the original Hampstead entry in the series. Johnson fairly new to the XL Series 2 this year. Ran a lot of events and regularity events before coming into full-blown competition here in the XL Series. The car's actually been around for quite a long time before it actually come into full racing grip. So it's a bit of a shame for that small team down there to working frantically trying to get David Zolo back out. He's actually the mechanic of that group. He's actually in the driver's seat here this weekend in the Enduro. In fact, it's back out, is it? I think the light's gone off. So yeah. So
after nearly 8 minutes, and again the Chan car, 3 minutes 59 seconds.
Oh, not again.
Well, I'm baffled now. I really am.
That leaves even a bigger question mark over that team at the moment. I'm really not too sure what's exactly happening there.
So they've done in Class C, or Division C, you need to do in Division C 2 5-minute pit stops and a 2.5-minute pit stop. That is what you need to do in Class or Division C. I'm just trying to find it. There we are in front of me. Yeah, 2 5 minutes and a 2.5-minute stop in Division C. It's done a 5-minute, it's done a 2.5-minute, it needs to do a 5-minute penalty, and it needs to do a 5-minute compulsory pit stop before the end. And 4 minutes is not 5 minutes, no matter what way you put it. Doesn't matter what part of the world you're in, 5 minutes is 5 minutes. So they've still got 10 minutes to do with an hour and 47 left on the clock. There's no problem. They're not going to have a shortage of time to serve those two pit stops and penalties, but nevertheless, they're just making hard work for themselves.
They certainly are.
So now behind the wheel of the XL is the additional driver from the duo. Yes, give us a wave.
Give us a wave. She's on there. We're not trying to make you nervous.
Maisie Place clearly enjoying herself out there. She needs to now blowing us a kiss as well.
Oh, good on you, Maisie.
Very kind.
I don't know whether she's tuned in the audio or not, but it certainly does acknowledge that the light is on, and you're on the big stage. So we'll show you if she can show her wares.
She's got to keep...
She's just showing off those very nice gloves.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, they're very nice gloves.
Yeah, waving them around, moving.
I reckon they might be brand new ones for this event.
Up, that's through. I was going to say she's a little bit wide there. I was hoping that we weren't putting the pressure on her, but no, she was very wise. She saw that Wallace, the race leader, was coming through, so she left some room for the BMW, which is good news. So both can continue on without an issue. To the apex of turn number 5. Down towards the hairpin at turn number 6. Down through the gearbox, down a couple of gears. Nice wide line. You want a nice late apex here to get the best drive out of the corner. Use all the road on the right hand side. You got the couple of kinks here. Really, you just want to straight line it as much as you can. Looks like she's got to take a reasonably wide line in this car. This kink is not flat out. Some cars sort of straight line that or shortcut it as much as possible. Then we go to the extended section of the track, down another gear. Again, like the other hairpin, a nice late apex is what you're after, and a late apex is what we have executed. You come over the rise, you can't even see the apex of the corner as you come over the rise there at turn number 11. A really long radius, double apex corner, turns 11 and 12. And then we go down towards the banked corner, turn number 13, and as well turn number 14, a bit tighter than 13. Then there's a little kink there at 15, the left-hander. Then we're into the snake section, down the gearbox once again. And then we go left, we go right. And then the next section we're going through, 18, 19, 20, and 21. These all happen very, very quickly. How much curb are we going to use? A little bit, not too much. Don't want to unsettle the car too much around there. Then back on the power, up a gear as you go through the long radius, turn 21. And then the kink again over a blind crest. Can't see that until you're on top of it at turn number 22. Back on the power again, up through the gearbox towards the hairpin at turn number 23. Back down. We've seen a lot of mistakes here in the support categories throughout this weekend. But Maisie Place has executed that lovely full throttle through the left-hander and onto the start-finish straight of the East Circuit here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. That means we've still got half a lap still to go. Turn number 25, back through on the power. These corners get steadily open, more radius, except when you get here. This one's tight. It gets gradually tighter as you go. Turn number 27. A very inside line there. I thought we'd sweep a bit further to the right, but no, holds it really shallow through the hairpin at turn number 28. Then we turn left again, 90-degree left-hander to rejoin the international circuit just after Crofty Corner. Use all the road on the right-hand side before we enter the blind crest that is turn number 30. Up, back on the power as early as possible. You want to maximise the drive out of there to try and make an overtake potentially up the inside into what is a great overtaking opportunity at turn number 31. Want to really make this one sort of corner. It's several corners, but if you take it nicely, which is what Maisie has done, let's take it really as one smooth run over the crest and down towards the penultimate corner on the circuit. Just as you get to the braking zone, it goes up a hill, so you can brake a lot later than what you think, despite it being a tighter than 90-degree corner. Exit there is absolutely crucial for a nice run onto the pit straight, and so is this corner. You can easily make a fool of yourself getting on the power too early and running wide at the final corner and losing all of your momentum. Maisie has done that very nicely. So that is a lap of the 7.7k circuit. Maisie doing so in 4 minutes and 23 seconds. That was an enjoyable ride, and we get another kiss there.
Oh, we've got another kiss there. She must be listening in, tuning in the FM band.
Must be.
I don't think there's any radio left in that car, but... Oh, hello. Bit of tyre screeching going on there. Then there at turn 1. Ben Moore in the pits too, just while we were giving us some pretty good commentary there on that lap there, Dan.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Probably, he certainly won't get lost around here.
No, I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to racetrack layouts, so yeah, I learned that one quite quickly. No, it's good. It's a really, really good layout. It's really certainly unique in Australia, that is for sure. So yeah, it's a case of, for me, of learning track layouts. It's quite sad actually. I don't have much of a life, clearly.
I'm glad you said that.
We look at the V8 powered Commodore, the club sport out there on the circuit at the moment. Car number 195. I was talking to the guys about this car yesterday. They've only recently purchased this machine, only a month ago, so they've never driven the car prior to this weekend. So certainly thrown themselves in the deep end, and they're really enjoying their time here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. They're hoping to see grid numbers, as I think we all are, hoping to see grid numbers grow in years to come, and I expect they will, because this certainly has the legs, and it's sort of been teased as a sort of precursor or lead up to the 6 hour at Easter, you know, a 6 hour endurance race at Bathurst, a 4 hour race here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and many cars that race in the 6 hour are competing in this particular race. Shane Nowicki now in the lane in the Honda Integra. Speaking of Bathurst 6 hour cars, that was raced in the Bathurst 6 hour early on in this year. And they finished.
At Easter time, to be precise.
Yeah, Zonetti was at the wheel, and that weekend he actually had Smith and Anderson, who's now racing against alongside of him. Sadly, though, for those guys, they didn't make it to the end of the race, retiring after 97 laps it was. So towards the end of the race, but sadly a DNF recorded for Zanetti, Smith and Anderson in that very Honda Integra.
Mitch McGarry should be stepping inside the seat there. He was the original driver there, so we're probably looking, it might be just a fuel stop, we're not sure. We'll wait and find out in just a moment. That's Troy Gleason there behind the wheel of that Commodore we were just talking about. It's looking very steady as well.
So Ben Moore now has handed back over to Steven Stukkovic. That was a 3.5 minute stop. Nearest note makes no difference. 3.5 minute stop. Unfortunately, that is not a compulsory stop. They've already done their 2.5 minutes, so that was a splash and dash. So they still have a 5 minute one to come as a Class C competitor as the race leader comes into the pits.
Nice big handy brake too, so probably the good moment to come in and for Adam Wallace. All drivers in that team have had a stint.
I expect this will be the full 5 minute service.
Yes, I would think so.
And then the question is, no, they'll have to come in one more time for splash and dash because, of course, 50-minute stint length. So they will have to come in one more time with 1 hour and 38 to go. However, I imagine they'll get the 5 minute done now. And it'll be a nice, quick splash and dash to the finish.
So that car, we've got Dan Smith. We're still on track. He's pretty much the race leader at the moment. See how long the Wallace car sits in the pit lane.
That car we're just on board with, that's or looking at now, has done 5 minutes and a 2.5 minute as well, so they've got a 5 minute stop to go as well. And again, they'll have a splash and dash to the end. I'm interested to know what the Integra trio are going to do. They've done a 2.5 and a 5 minute as well, so they, again in Class C, have 1 5 minute stop to go. They've been in now for over 2.5 minutes, so just 2.5 minutes more, and that'll be the first real contender to have done all of the mandatory stops. But I think Adam Wallace will be just behind in the number 94 BMW as well. So we really are seeing now the strategies really start to play out. Smith in the 42 car is in position number 5. That has already done 3 stops, but the third one was a splash and dash. But as we've pointed out, I don't think that has the fuel life or the fuel range as the other BMW, the number 94 car. But we'll see. We'll see as this race continues out there on the circuit. We continue to look at this immaculately presented Club Sport, Commodore Club Sport. Doesn't it look absolutely magnificent?
Another great job. Looks really professional, doesn't it? The Sinford Group Motorsport entry. Sort of a bit of blue markings on that car. As mentioned, it's a brand new car for this team having its first run here this weekend. That's Troy Gleeson behind the wheel of that team. We've already seen Dale Carpenter and previously Joel Strafford have a... Oh, that's great news. We've got the solo car back out there too. I just saw that on camera.
Good. That's good to see.
I just saw that glimpse of that at the end. So that's had a couple of unscheduled pit stops there. So I don't know what the issue's been. There's the 42 car.
I've just got a notification on the Sportity app about the 464 machine. The 5-minute pit stop, I believe. I'm just trying to read it. You talk about it. I'm going to read a bit more. It's a bit longer than what I first thought. But I will have an update in a minute about the 464 car.
Driver change there, car 94. And that is the lead car. And Anna Wallace has gone out. That looks like Jack's race suit. So I suggest driver change. That does look like Jack Wallace. So he's been strapped in and away to go. And there's the 42. That's bright.
It's going slow. It's going slow. It's pulled over to the left-hand side. The Hyundai XL just blasted past. So the former race leader in this race, strategy wasn't particularly playing out in the favour, and the left front's down. The left front's down.
I just saw that. Yeah, it's going to puncture. I just saw that at the end of the shot there.
Yeah, you can see, look at the steering
have a look at that. Look how the wheels hard down. There's got a flat tyre.
The worst part for these guys is they have a full 7 kilometres still to go. It's happened right at the start of the lap. What an absolute disaster. And this is really going to take them out of contention, I think, for the outright win. But what an absolute disaster.
This will give us a great look at the front of the car here. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, front left.
Front left is down well and truly. It's a long, long journey back. The main problem here is probably not to do too much damage to any of the steering components or the wheel components in that car with that wheel like that. It's a long journey back. You obviously don't want to damage the rim on that BMW either. But with that car shaking like that, that's not going to do any of the suspension or any of the steering components underneath the front left-hand corner of that car any good whatsoever with that long trip back.
Yeah.
So they'll have to give that car a fairly quick inspection when it comes back to make sure when they take that wheel off that there's nothing bent.
To make matters even worse, its B-class rival we're looking at on the screen has completed all 3 of its mandatory pit stops. That means the 4th and final one will be a short splash and dash to the finish. As well, we can tick off the Honda Integra as well. That has also completed all of its mandatory pit stops. It's done a 2.5 minutes, done a 5 minutes, just completed its second 5-minute stop. So tick for those two. They are the first 2 real front runners to complete the mandatory stops.
Rob Zonetti behind the wheel of that car we just mentioned. So that's on currently 5th on track at the moment. Very professional outfit too. They know how to do this. Have done it before. So we'll see how they go. We're looking at the Wallace car at the moment in a world of his own. So Smith still in front. Troy Gleeson now in the 2nd position. You know, they're pretty well spread apart. Not everybody's completed their stops just yet.
So the BMW 135i we saw have the puncture. If you were the 1M team with the car that we were just on board with just a few moments ago, would you be concerned of a potential left front puncture as well? Seeing you very similar in performance, BMW
Possibly.
Products.
Depends on what he's run over. I don't know whether he's made contact or just gone down by itself. Or
I think the puncture's got worse here.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it. What's going to happen here? If they keep running it like this, the rubber will just peel off the rim as it gets hotter and hotter, and it'll just peel off.
Well, that's why he's driving slowly, because you see, don't you, sometimes when they try and drive fast back to the pits, in rallying in particular, if they drive too fast, it starts becoming like a towel or whatever, just whipping the inside of the wheel arch, and it tears all bodywork off, and it can even sometimes do suspension damage as well. So you are better off it doesn't feel right, but you're better off nursing the car in and not doing any significant body damage or mechanical damage rather than try and bring it in quickly, and you are likely that way, if you rush in, to cause significant damage.
It's going to be the longest trip of his life trying to get back down. He's got a fair way to go. And you can see the car, because of the inflated tyres on the right-hand side, that's going to pull down on the steering wheel that way.
This car is just going back out onto the track list. Tatani now back behind the wheel, so she did the first stint and she's back behind the wheel for stint number 4. They did not elect to do that as a compulsory pit stop, so they've done one, but they still have one 5-minute stop to go, which they can do when they come into the pits in around 45 to 50 minutes time. Isaac Sparks now behind the wheel of the 49 XL, and once again that XL is playing up. It's back in the lane as we see Tatani pulling on her belts, tightening them up as she heads into the long loaded turn number 5. Here we are. It's been a long trip, not a nice 7-minute drive around the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It feel more like a 7-kilometre drive to the local shopping centre. It's been that slow for the number 42 machine, but as you say,
he's nearly home. So have a look at the pit entry right here, and the crew will get straight on board there and rip that wheel off.
He's following another car in. That's the Pulsar 313 machine of Smith, and of course Tim Maynard as well. So that's the first time that, well, that's the race leading car that has come into the lane just ahead. There's several cars in the lane now with this car, and still the number 49, which we can see at the end of pit lane. I'm going to have a look, see if there's any bonnet up or anything like that at the on the number 49 machine, but it certainly doesn't look like a particularly fast stop for that car. We're going to have a good view of it, actually.
Smith is just in front of that pit bay too. He's had to steer that thing in, so that car has been asked to switch it off, and that's exactly what's happened.
The two Smiths are in, no relation to each other. Dan Smith and Brian Smith were on board. Brian Smith hopping out. And
so this will be a longer stop, obviously. We're going to have to jack that car up and rip that wheel off. And there's going to be a little bit of a quick inspection underneath that car to make sure nothing else is bent either.
One slight positive I can see is that they've got to serve their final 5-minute stop at some point. Might as well do it now. As we can see, the 313. Oh no, the bonnet's up on this Pulsar. Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, well, the last thing you want to see is a bonnet pulled up in your pit stop. That's an issue.
That is an issue.
So what is going on here? Maybe they're just topping up the oil.
Yeah.
I think that's what. Yeah, you can see the oil container there, just underneath the gap of the bonnet there. So maybe they're concerned about a bit of extra oil usage. Just top that up, and in fact the bonnet's down, positive sign. There's the big fella, big Timmy there in the orange suit. He's about to jump on board. Here he comes. Oh, look at those big long spider legs. He's a very tall fellow.
He is. I have to look almost directly up to the sky to see him. He's
very compact.
Certainly above 6 foot, shall we say. Many cars in the lane at the moment. The 313 machine, which we're on board with. The car directly ahead, another of our onboard camera cars, the one that had the puncture a few moments ago of Brian Smith. Gleason also in. That's the 195 Commodore. Declan Kirkham has come in the Nissan Pulsar, and that number 49 Pulsar also remains in the lane. So 5 of the 11 runners are currently in the pit lane. So we'll keep an eye on who's done the mandatory stops. And back out again. Oh, no.
Goodness me. They're obviously concerned with something here.
It's a good spot.
I saw the oil fuel container come out, and maybe they've got an oil pressure issue in that car. Perhaps that's a concern. I'll just have a look to see where they're heading as far as the motor's concerned. A little bit hard to see. We can only see the little gap underneath the bonnet there, but so they're looking for they're on the right-hand side of the engine bay there.
So the 19...
They've got the torque wrench out too, which is not something I like to see either.
No.
That's even worse. They start bringing torque wrenches out, and with the bonnet up like that, that's an issue.
How long have they got? They've been in now for over 3.5 minutes. They have to get this thing really going in the next minute and a half, really, to stay in contention.
Tim's back out the car too. Just got in the car, he's back out, so that's even more negative news. Once the driver gets in and then steps back out and trying to see what's going on.
I also note that this car's only done 1 5-minute stop to this point, so they still have 2 mandatory stops to go. So unless my note-taking is incorrect, but I've tried to keep up with everything as they have gone through. I note that the Commodore's back out on the circuit. That was not a mandatory stop. That was a splash and dash. So that's back out on the course. They still have a 5-minute stop to do on the final, what we expect will be the final pit stop in around about 3/4 of an hour's time. The 49 car has gone back out onto the circuit with Johnston behind the wheel for the very first time in this race. 5 minutes and 18 seconds that was in the lane. It's now been in the pits 5 times, so it's not been a good race. The 42 car has a new front left. It's just being tightened up, and that should be good to go, and it'll be pretty good timing as well, I reckon. That's been in the lane now for 4 minutes and 45 seconds, so it's going to be pretty much perfect timing. We can see the pit lane exit. They're just making sure things are tight on the right front as well. Better to err on the side of caution. But the 5 minutes has now elapsed, so this car has officially completed all of its mandatory pit stop time, and it is straight out into the fast lane and back out onto the racetrack. So car number 42, sadly though, a puncture for that car, but nevertheless it's back out on the race circuit.
Good news. Took him a long time to get around, but he's back out to fight another day. Crew's did a pretty good job to get that wheel back on. It's the Tim Maynard drive that I'm concerned about. That car's still in.
Yeah.
And I think that they've got some serious problems.
It's been over 5 minutes.
When they bring the toolbox out, bring the torque bar out, there's something going on.
What a shame, because they were in the lead when they came into the pits last time by. Okay, they did have a few more mandatory pit stop minutes to be served, but nevertheless, that is a real shame. 6 minutes now, and time continues to tick. Declan Kirkham can be released any second. That's been 5 minutes now, so that is car number 71 with all of its mandatory pit stops done out of the way. In fact, they've done 3 5-minute stops. They only needed to do 2 5-minute stops and a 2.5, so hopefully there's no issue with that car either. But that does not look good. Nobody's around that engine bay now, and that car is not moving. There is somebody there behind. I think that's Tim himself.
Tim himself, yeah, that's the orange race suit. So, well, there's 2 of them there, but one of them's Tim.
Tim's on the left.
He's on the left there. I just picked him out there.
What a shame.
There's not a lot of urgency going on there.
I honestly think these guys are in contention for an outright podium. They were running really, really nicely.
Terrific job earlier on.
They did certainly have a few more mandatory pit stop minutes to go, but a lot of them still did. So they were in the legitimate lead of the motor race at the time this car came into the pits, and it all looked fine. It came in as it was meant to, but what a shame for this machine to end what looks to be the race like this. It's tumbling down the timing order. A real shame with just over an hour to go. This is the first of the real heartbreaking stories in the inaugural Shell V-Power Motorsport Park 777 Endurance Crown. It's had its moments, this race, hasn't it? It's kept us on our edge with strategy. It's certainly kept us intrigued throughout.
I was looking at that back shot there, looking down pit lane. All the crews walked away from that Maynard car. Yeah. So it looks like they're going to leave that one for dead by the looks of things. So that's, I would suggest that could be all over. Long way to come for Victoria to come over to compete events here at the Bend, but fortunately it doesn't look like it's going to finish up. And the Weng car is also back in. Here we go. So what's happened this time? So the Subaru is now back in again.
We're still yet to serve the 5-minute stop, I may add.
It's been a very much a talking point, this Subaru. It's been a big talking point, probably for all the wrong reasons.
What do they say in motorsport? They say for sponsors, you either win the race or you have an accident, or you come in the pits lots and get spoken about a lot. So we've spoken a lot about the AJ racing car, haven't we?
It's great for sponsorship.
Yeah, certainly is. Certainly is. And
so let me go back to Troy Gleason's on top. The Commodore's back out in front. And it'll be Jack Wallace. We think it's Jack on board. With 2 J's involved with that family, it does make it a little bit difficult.
So Robert Pepper's now behind the wheel of the 71 Nissan Pulsar. I was having a good chat to Robert. He's not raced in quite a long time, and he's really enjoying himself back out there on the racetrack. And I noticed with an accent, I thought he sounds like a fellow Pom. He goes, I said, whereabouts are you from? He goes, oh, England, New Zealand, and he was listing all these countries. He's lived in about 6 different countries in his life.
Well travelled, we call that.
Yeah, very, very well travelled. So he's got the most. I thought I had a hybrid accent of Pommy and Australian, but he's next level again with a bit of Dutch in there, a bit of French in there as well. So very nice way to spend a living, shall we say.
Not much good French. I can swear in French. We'll leave that for another day.
I know.
Gleason on top, Wallace, and now Zanetti's picked up that place with that Smith Maynard combination. Pulsar still in the pits, so that car has picked up that place. So Zanetti goes up into 3rd position. That's the Zanetti, Nowicki and McGarry combination in the Integra. As I mentioned there, down that car doing quite nicely in the back blocks and looking like being up on the podium certainly in this race. They're travelling on quite nicely. All their strategies have come into place nicely. So we will certainly see them on the podium, even though we've got 120 still remaining in this race, if all's well.
All right, I was talking about the 464 machine earlier on. I said I got a notification from the Sportage app telling me about the car. The reason for the 300-second penalty, the window net has not been up. He's been driving around with the window net down, which is a huge no-no motorsport.
That's a safety concern, of course. It's there for a reason. And how could you forget to do that?
As we say, they are new to circuit racing.
Certainly
so
instinct.
Yeah.
Just instinct when you're a race car driver. Obviously for rallying it's a little bit different, but
correct.
Yeah.
I think that's what's caught them out. So they're still in the lane, whether or not they're serving the pit. Oh, this is in the garage now. That's a real shame.
It's been pushed in, so that's not good at all.
No.
There's not a lot of urgency going on there either. We've got 5 blokes standing around an engine bay there discussing, and I can't see them scurrying for any tools at the moment.
See if we can listen in. Let's go quiet for a moment, see if we can hear anything.
Yeah. You couldn't not put away the and on the left hand corner. Yeah.
I think I heard something about oil pressure.
I heard it say it knocked in the left-hand corner.
For us as well.
No, I'm not getting much now. I heard something
plenty
about
of discussion going on.
I heard something about oil being
I heard
mentioned.
oil pressure.
Yeah, and then as I heard a knocking as well.
Yeah.
So certainly been a couple
Oil
of
pressure and
issues.
knocking is not a good combination.
Mark, I have some absolutely fantastic news to share with you. The 464 car has been in the lane for over 5 minutes. The penalty has been served, ladies and gentlemen.
At long last. Let's put a smile on their face, isn't it?
I reckon that's been 2 hours of an outstanding penalty. That's, or at least an hour and a half, but the penalty has been served. Unless there's been a driver change. Hopefully there's not been a driver change and Wang is still behind the wheel. But I believe that penalty has been served. We'll have to wait and see to see if there's been a driver change or any change to that particular vehicle. Lucy Sidwell now behind the wheel of the Hyundai XL 111. Oh, sorry, just come in the lane actually to end her stint behind the wheel. She did put a foot wrong out there. It's a nice solid stint from her, sharing the car with Carpenter and also with Kobe Williams. She'll learn a lot off those two. Both experienced XL drivers, but also doing things as well in open wheelers in the case of Kobe Williams as well. As we said earlier, he's the star of the future. So for her to learn off those two will be a great weekend for her.
Here's a big chance, was she's about to step out of the seat. Obviously, I don't think we'll see any more of that Smith car. That's still got the big blue line through it, so the car's been pushed inside the garage.
PB lap last time for Johnston in the number 49 car. You say he's the owner of that machine. He's watched Isaac Sparks drive it, he's seen David Zollo drive it, he's seen Adrian Gallia drive it. Finally, he's behind the wheel late on in this race and he sets the fastest lap of that car. And the first one in that car in to set a time in under 4 minutes, 3 minutes 59.3.
That comes down to driver ownership and knowing the car a little bit better than probably what the other drivers do. There it is. So we're under the Hampstead Auto and Dyno crew there. They're still out there to fight another day.
I'm a little concerned. We were getting all excited that Subaru had finally served its penalty, but it's still in the lane and has been now for 7.5 minutes.
That's a little bit too long.
That's far too long. Far too long. That's not good. And I don't see it in the pits either, which says to me that's in a garage, which means that's mechanical.
Well, the only car there in pit lane is the XL.
Correct. So
and that's the, well, they got the fire crew parked right up behind there.
It was all looking pretty good. We didn't have a single retirement until the pretty much 3 hour mark, but sadly it looks like we've lost 2 in quick succession. The Smith car, the Smith & Maynard Nissan Pulsar, and also the 464, the Subaru BRZ. It's not looking good. It's been in there for 8 minutes and it is not in the lane, it's in the garage. That's a bad, bad sign. So that's 2 Class C cars. So Class C has considerably shrunk in the last couple of minutes. Out in front, at the front of the field, with a lead of 7.9 seconds, and it's done all of its compulsory pit stops with 1 hour and 13 minutes to go. Car 94 is well and truly in the box seat. They just need to stay out of trouble.
That's the main question mark, isn't it? Still with 1 hour and 13 minutes on the clock. Still a long way to go yet.
It is.
It's not over yet by any long shot. It is an endurance race. It is survival of the fittest here. Pretty much how we can probably conclude an endurance event like this. Just got to keep chipping away minute after minute, lap after lap. Really the strongest car wins the event. A little bit of patience comes to an event like this. And that's Lisa Fontani behind the wheel there. There you go. She's giving us the thumbs up.
They must be listening to us.
They must be. Can you hear us, Lisa? No, you can't.
Don't ask her in the middle of the
Yes,
corner.
you can. There we go. She's got the... So we won't say anything bad about you at this stage. It's pretty interesting. Not trying to make her nervous.
Well, they know. She knows absolutely everything that's going on in the race. Then, well, hopefully, anyway. Hopefully, we're doing a good enough job to tell her. You're currently in position number 10. You just did a 4 minute 13.4. You'll be pleased to hear. Out there on the circuit, I'm just looking at the B-class cars. Anderson now with the wheel, the front left tyre. Now a new one at the front left corner of that car is setting the fastest times out there at the moment. 3 minute 39.5 last time through for Anderson. But 4th position, that puncture certainly cost them dearly. They're a 1.5 seconds behind.
Hello there.
Sorry, a 1.5 laps behind out there at the moment. So yeah, that puncture was really costly for car number 42.
It took too long to get around on that full lap as well. That was a big time waster wasn't so bad once they got into pit lane. The tyre change was pretty quick, but it was a time wasted trying to get back to pit lane. That's what's cost them the most time. On board here with Lisa Sontani in the all-girls team in this field. So women in motorsport. That's the thing too, by the way.
As well, we've got Lucy Sidwell as well in the
Yes.
another of the XLs out there on the race circuit. So it's good to see. Yeah, really good to see. I do not think that the Weng or the 464 machine is going back out on the circuit either. So I think we've lost two there in quick succession. So the Kwok Wai Chung and the Chung Chan and Jason Weng. Subaru BRZ, I think, is out of this race. As we said, former Targa car, still very much a rally spec machine, still got the co-driver seat alongside the driver's seat, but there's only one driver behind the wheel, rotating their way through in circuit racing. It appears to me they are done for the day. They've been in the lane now for over 12 minutes. And I think the same can be said of the Maynard and Smith car. That's been in the lane now for nearly 20 minutes.
Well, it's not actually in the lane, it's actually pushed inside the garage, so I don't think we'll see too much of that at all. So the usual three suspects you probably would have expected to be at the front of the field at this stage of the race are where they are. Talking about Wallace, Gleeson, Zanetti. Three fastest cars from the qualifying session yesterday. And that's the Moore car back out there, and I think Sukovic is behind the wheel of that car at the moment in the 88 car in the Pulsar. He's currently running in 5th position on track. That car's done a terrific job in recovery. Didn't get off to a very good start obviously yesterday afternoon, but they're doing a good job, and they're just eating away slowly but surely, and they're just making their way through the field. Another one of our Victorian competitors here in this Enduro here this weekend. The Pulsar family, I guess we can call them. You certainly see plenty of them in the Vic series there, Dan, so I won't try and talk to you if he's just landed chocolate in his face. So that's probably not ideal. And there's that car looking towards us now, going down the long main straight here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Plenty of clean air, no one behind him, and certainly not too many cars in front of him. So he's really got the track, that part of the track, well and truly to himself at the moment. So as I mentioned, looks like two are already out there. The Smith and Maynard combination, and the other Pulsar looks like they're in deep water there at the moment. Doesn't look like they're going to be making it back out. And also the Wang Chan combination in the Subaru, as we mentioned, also looks like it's done and dusted. There's the other Pulsar. That's Rod Pepper behind the wheel of the Declan Kirkham entry. They've had a garage full of Pulsars down there over the weekend, and they've been very busy. I think Declan's been also lending a hand trying to repair a few of these cars over the weekend. They've had a few issues down there at Virgil Automotive, which of course is Declan's own business there over there in Melbourne. Been a second generation racer too. He's been around for a while. He's raced a few different things.
His mum's the team manager of that car this weekend, and she had her first race in a Pulsar, first race in anything in 25 years. She was racing at Winton just a couple of weeks ago. I spoke to her early on. I said, how'd you go? How'd you find it? She goes, absolutely amazing. She says, I'll be doing the full Pulsar season next year, she said.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what she said to me, yes.
Gee.
So she's very much looking forward to getting back behind the wheel in 2025. So that looks really smoky or foggy or something down there, but it's a second generation driver. His mom driven for a number of years. Declan been racing for 23 years, started in karting at the age of 7, and he's been circuit racing in IPRA, or that's where he started in IPRA, in Improved Production Racing. He's a mechanic as by trade, so that's why he's so good behind the tools for using spanners and whatnot. I most certainly am not, but yeah, he's a former class champion and the like as well in this particular category, so he's a good peddler, that is for certain. Did a bit of racing in Australian production cars, and yeah, Rookie of the Year in APRA in just 2023, so he's not been in actually Pulsars too long, but he's taken to it like a duck to water.
Not much water out there at the moment. That's the Johnson car. It's becoming a bit of pace too. It's actually currently in the final position on track. Lisa Tontani in front of him. So the two XLs at the back of the pack, as you would have expected. Of course, these are Class C cars, so they are the slowest cars out there on the track. And in fact, it's about to be overtaken to one of the faster class cars on the track there. And that's Kim Anderson behind the wheel there of the 42 car. And that car is currently in 4th position on track. Certainly the XL drivers that are involved with these production car racing here this afternoon have done a terrific job. Stepping into something completely different. And they're showing a lot of consistency between those two cars, between the Integra and of course the BMW 135i here this weekend. There it is. It's already had a flat tyre, so they've got a lot of recovery to do. They lost a lot of time in that incident, as we mentioned.
Sorry, I think I had my mic off when I was talking about Declan Kirkham. You were talking about him, so yeah, he was started racing at the age of 7. He's been racing for 23 years in various different categories, including improved production and Pulsars and production car racing as well. And he's actually just flicked me an update from the lane. As we say, all the Pulsar guys are really closely connected. He's just let me know the Smith Maynard car out with a damaged sump.
Yeah, so it was an oil problem. That would be the lack of oil pressure. Perhaps they punctured a sump there.
I think so.
Oh, yeah, and that was why they were trying to top up the oil there with that oil can. So I would suggest that's the issue. And that would be the end of your oil pressure.
And he also informs me he's going to be getting behind the wheel in a few minutes for the final stint of the race on the sprint to the finish line. They are currently in position number 6 in the number 71 machine out there on the circuit. Like quite a few race cars, it's got a nickname, Amanda. The Pulsar is called Amanda the Pulsar, built in 2022 and actually made its debut here.
It would have too. I would have been here to call that.
There you go. Oh no!
Oh,
that's the
here we go.
leader.
This is interesting. Well, that's the Wallace entry, and it is parked off the track. Well, up the front end of the field. Well, it's currently second on track. Well,
no, it was leading. It was
leading.
leading.
It actually was leading.
Wow, what a change of events. We said it's done all its compulsory pit stops. It was leading the way comfortably. It just had to do an hour and 15 minutes, and it's not. It's come to a stop 10 minutes later, just an hour from home, with the lead almost in their grasp. A disaster for this machine. The Wallace trio, the Warren Mining BMW, the 1M, has come to a grinding halt out in the center of the circuit. What a shame. That's certainly changed this race, though, hasn't it? We were saying this car was looking not too bad, but now it's. I think he might even be jumping out of the car. What an absolute disaster. All of a sudden, in the last half an hour, the cars have been falling like flies.
It's interesting to see where that car's parked too. Stewards will have to make a decision on that, especially if the drivers decide to get out of the car. So won't call any safety car intervention just yet, but stewards will have to make a decision on that. Wow, that's turned this race on its head, hasn't it? Goodness me, that's turned it completely around.
So the 195 is now in the lead. That is the Specialised Engineering Commodore. That is in the lead of the race. Still has 5 minutes to go. I'll look at the dejection the emotion as he jumps out of the car. You can see how disappointed he is. Door slammed shut, hands on the hips. That says it all, doesn't it? Hands on the hips. Over. We don't need to hear what he has to say. That is the racing driver, what do we call it? Hand gesture, really, for I am not satisfied with what has just gone on. Hands on the hips.
I think that's Jed. It's not Jack. Probably only Jed there behind the wheel.
Long walk to safety there at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Trying to work out exactly where that is, to be honest. It's right in the middle of the circuit. I think it might be back as they come around, maybe 31, 32.
Must be down the northern part of the circuit. I'll just look at the 3.0 board down there. So I'm suggesting that it's down the northern end of the circuit somewhere.
I think so as well.
I think it's somewhere between turns 3 and 4. It's on the rejoin to the international. That's just been confirmed. So that's down by the turn 6 area down there.
Here we look at the Integra. Now this is right in contention. It is 2.5 minutes behind the Commodore at the front of the field, but the Commodore still has to make a 5-minute pit stop, whereas this Honda Integra has done all of its pit stops, the mandatory ones anyway. It will need a splash and dash to make it to the finish. However, if that splash and dash is less than 2.5 minutes, or 2 minutes and 23 seconds, he will take the lead of the motor race.
That might be the case. Picked this out before, this Integra, how the strategy of this car is working out very nicely, and I think it's going to get better. Troy Gleason, he'll have to come in for another one too. That's the car on screen at the moment.
Wallace is gaining at the moment about 5 seconds a lap on Zanetti in the Integra. Oh, sorry, not Wallace, Anderson in the other BMW is gaining about 5 seconds a lap at the moment. On the Integra. The question is, in an hour's racing, will that catch up? Oh, safety car.
Oh, there we go.
This changes
there we go.
Okay.
So we're just under 1 hour remaining here. It is the first safety car intervention of the race. Well, this changes the complexity of everything here.
I was just saying about how swimming it was going potentially for the Integra. However, if the 42 BMW will close right up on the tail of that car, that is bad news for that machine, because it's a faster car. It's a Class B car compared to a Class C car.
That's right.
So this benefits that number 42 BMW that lost the time with the puncture several minutes ago, or probably half an hour or more ago now.
That's Adam Wallace. He's got the helmet off now. I can see him now. So that's the senior of the crew there. That's Adam behind the wheel.
I'm just going through to see if the compulsory pit stops can be served under safety car. So talk amongst yourself, Mark, while I have a look.
Safety car being deployed here. And that was a very much the team, or the car owner there, Adam Wallace, who's just walked back. Okay, so the safety car is just being converted. It has to come out of the other pit lane. So
yeah, so depending on where the incident is, it depends on which safety car comes out. I believe there has been a change in the rule overnight. Originally, they were going to have 2 different safety cars, one launched from the East Circuit and one launched from the West Circuit. However, that was tweaked overnight. My understanding is now that there will just be the one safety car, and depending on where the incident is, launched. So this time, because the safety car because the cars come to a stop around the sort of middle section, they've launched the car from the east section of the venue.
So there goes the safety car, lights ablaze, recovery crews will be called. And what a shame, the hard-working Wallace crew it's all gone. And you can see the disappointment of Adam when he got out the car. He was stooped over and just looked really disappointed. Obviously an internal problem there. So the car has come to a grinding halt. They've got that car on the hook real quick. And that's going to be pushed out of harm's way in a very short period.
All right, I've just had a read up of the regulations. Pit lane will be closed during safety car conditions, except if automobiles require emergency repairs or refueling. So you can come in and do a bit of a splash and dash, but that is about all, and that wouldn't count as a mandatory pit stop or anything like that. So pit lane is effectively closed out there, although there has been a car that's been in there for quite some time, so that's okay. If you're already in the lane before the safety car, that's fine. So the Moore and Stukkovic 88 Pulsar could be a big benefactor here, because the cars are obviously going around at quite a slow pace, so that means it's very, very beneficial to be in the pit lane at this moment in time. So that's why they do close it, so nobody gets a huge advantage. But if you're already in there, they can't stop that. So Stukkovic serving that penalty, and it's serving that compulsory pit stop of 5 minutes. That has been done. They're about to rejoin the circuit, one would think. So that is the number 88 Pulsar. That has done its final 5-minute stop. That is all of the mandatory ones done and out of the way. They will need a splash and dash, or that is all, to make it to the finish of this race. Yes, you're on camera. Give us a wave.
Go. A couple of kids there. And they got the electric scooter. There we go. You're on live TV. Give us a wave, boys.
Enjoying themselves out there on the circuit with their little scooter. There's quite a few of those around the paddock. I wouldn't have minded one of those on Friday in the sweltering 39-degree heat, but there we go. I wasn't lucky enough to have made a purchase of one of those. Maybe next year. I'll save up, buy one of those. I can tour around the paddock in comfort.
Okay, that's just being lazy, isn't it?
That's right. It's because I'm unfit. I'm not very good in 39-degree temperatures. That's the main reason.
That's a plumbing condition.
I think I don't know if Titani's struggling in the heat, just trying to cool her hand down or something. I'm not sure if she's trying to fiddle with something or what, but
trying to adjust the harness maybe. Which makes it a little bit easier when you're driving a little bit slower, trying to adjust the harness buckle there when you're at full tilt.
I don't think we'll be too far away from the restart. It's now just a case of waiting for everybody to join the back of the queue, because the number 94 car, the reason for the safety car, is in the lane. So this is all going to shape out very interestingly. I note, and this is quite significant, that car 42, I was saying, is the threat to the Honda Integra. However, it's a lap down. Look, it's behind the Holden Commodore. That is crucial for the race, because that means that the Integra can catch the back of the queue, and will catch the back of the queue, and be effectively an entire lap ahead of the BMW. That's really, really crucial for this race, because I was saying how much faster that BMW is going to be late on in the race. The fact that it is a lap behind the current race leader is going to really, really play into the Honda Integra strategy come the end of the race. I think you can follow what I'm trying to say.
I do totally understand.
Yes.
5% of it. That's all good. We totally understand those lap cars are going to be mixed up here behind lead lap cars. And a nice shot of the sky there. There's certainly some dark clouds around, isn't there? Haven't seen a lot of sun today.
Oh, this is a good one that's just come through on the Sportity app. I've seen it a couple of times, and 4 cars have just been dealt a penalty. Car number 464, that's the one out of contention. Actually, it's just rejoined the racetrack, actually. The 464 Subaru BRZ. The number 42 BMW, which is in contention for the race victory. The 120 Hyundai XL, which we were just riding on board with, and the one on screen right there, and the 313 Nissan Pulsar. They've all must serve a 1-minute penalty added to their compulsory pit stop, so they must serve an extra 60 seconds in their next stop, and it is for loosening or taking off their seat belts before the car has come to a stop in pit lane.
Ah, yes, that's interesting, isn't it? someone down there started pit lane watching that too. It's fairly well monitored.
Yeah,
we won't see anything of the 313 car because that car is out further.
So the official reasoning is, I'll read it out. The above-mentioned vehicles were observed to have removed their safety harness prior to coming to a complete stop in pit lane. A slap on the wrist indeed as Tim Maynard enters the commentary box. You, mate, are one of those vehicles that has been slapped with the penalty. I'll let him get set up alongside of me. Mark's going to have a quick break, a deserved break, and Tim Maynard will jump in alongside me. Co-driver in the 313 machine, and sadly it's not been a great race for that particular Pulsar. So he's just suiting himself up. So we've just heard the news, 1 minute penalty for those that took off the safety harnesses, and your vehicle is one of those.
Yes, I got a little bit excited and thought, I've got to make sure this driver changes pinpoint accuracy, and obviously we need to go back to square one and read the regs a little bit tighter, and yeah, we can improve there. But sadly, that's not the biggest drama we had today.
I was just about to say, no, that's sadly the least of your concerns, because your car is still in the lane, has been for 39 minutes now. I don't expect we'll see that back out again.
No, sadly we won't. Didn't drive the wheels off it, but Dan got a little bit sideways over a ripple strip over the back side of the course and banged the sump on the ripple strip. So it's cracked the sump and we're losing oil quicker than we can put it in.
Was it on one of those sausage curbs over the back, was it?
Just before the East Circuit pits.
Yep.
There's the right-hander as you travel fast around the right-hander, and then you've got to zip to the left very quickly.
I've given him the track map to help him out identify
so around
what corner that is.
22.
Yeah, okay. So through that fast sequence of S's, the snake section, as we're calling it in commentary. So, yeah, that is a tricky section. You see some cars have been using that curb, others have not. So, clearly maybe staying away from them might be the way to go. I think we are set for a restart. The safety car has pulled away from the rest of the pack. So we are set to go racing. It's the 195 machine that leads the way. It's still got a mandatory pit stop time that has to be completed. The next cars are a lap down, so there are only two currently on the lead lap as we go back to green flag racing out there on the circuit.
I'd love to have that Commodore's horsepower.
I'm certainly sure you would. How is the Pulsar? How's it performing out there? I imagine on the middle sector you're probably keeping up with that Commodore.
Yes, it's surprisingly a very nimble package. Credit to Dan Smith, he set that car up. It's floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. The motor's running strong. It's got good pull out of the corners, and as underpowered compared to some of the vehicles we were racing, it's all about keeping momentum up through the corners. We haven't got the horsepower to be able to drive out when we make a mistake. So it's a fantastic driver aid, and as I said, Dan had the car set up so well. So it made my job relatively easy. My stint was fairly uneventful. I just tried to manage the tyres because I knew if I'm trying to chase down Dan's lap times, which he's quite a superstar, as we call him in the pits.
Yes, yeah.
Whether deservedly or not. But yeah, if I was to try and push for his times, I would have been using too much rear tyre, sliding the car into the corners. So I just settled myself into a rhythm and percolated all right.
For you guys, have you had any tyre dramas in terms of, we've seen the one BMW, one of the race leading or race contending BMWs had an issue with a delaminated tyre. For you guys, is it one set, I imagine, for the entire race? No issues there?
Well, we had two fronts ready to go on just in case. We were just inspecting every pit stop. We actually found on this pit stop that retired us that the front tyres had started to delaminate. So we were going to swap them out that pit stop, in fact.
the leading Pulsar is now the Ben Moore. He's back behind the wheel in number 88. A very good benefactor of that safety car. You were coming to the box, I think, at that time, but they pitted perfectly just before that safety car was called. So
yes,
a big benefactor there.
The luck has fallen their way. Good luck, and I'm sure they'll make hay while the sun shines on that one.
He's actually very close on the road with the number 71 machine of Pepper at the moment behind the wheel of the 71 Pulsar. So it's a really good Pulsar battle. We're seeing an XL battle at the moment. The number 49 is a few laps down, but nevertheless, Johnston, the owner of the car, is throwing everything at the tail of Jack Carpenter. What do you think of the endurance race? Obviously, we'd have liked to have seen a few more cars, but I think it'll grow this event year upon year. But from your side, what do you think of the concept of this 777?
I think the concept's fantastic. It's too good a track in whatever configuration we get to race to only do sprint racing on. You know, with the laps numbers we get around here, everyone is cherished. So yes, I think this event should gather pace as the years go on, and yeah, we look forward to come back, perhaps with a little bit more reliability, and caution on the curbs.
Yes, you've learned your lesson there the hard way, haven't you? A lot of people have sort of said to me that they see potentially in the future it being used as a sort of test event for the Bathurst 6 Hour. Can you see that as well?
Yeah, I think so. Any of the 300-kilometre races or a 4-hour endurance, which is a little bit longer than 300 Ks. Oh, nice move.
Oh, no! The 111 just comes in the pits at the wrong time, completely unaware. The car number 49 was on its left-hand side. Great evasive action there made by Johnston. He was certainly not expecting that. I don't think we were expecting that in the commentary box either. That was a frightful moment, but the race leader, you can see at the back of the shot, is in the lane, the Commodore. The race leader still has to serve a mandatory stop, and I think will do so now. This now is the final stop for this car. Should be able to make it to the end on a single tank of fuel. I remember a few of the Pulsar guys saying to me, coming into this sort of race, saying to me yesterday, fuel, they're using a lot more fuel than they expected. So what's the sort of fuel range of the Pulsar?
Well, it's actually funny that in all our testing, we thought, oh, the fuel consumption's high. But during the race, we've actually found they're frugal, more frugal than we thought.
Okay.
So we were expecting to take at least sort of 35 to 40 litres per stint for the drivers, but we're only taking, we're lucky to be taking 30.
Right, okay.
So the Pulsars are proving to be frugal, which is nice as we see an XL of 120 come into the pits.
Yep, Lisa Tatani in, so she's actually done 2 stints in the car, 3 drivers at the helm, the 3 ladies at the helm of this machine. I imagine she'll hand back over to Emily Duggan, but we will see. This time she has kept her seatbelts on, I note there, but they'll have to serve an extra or 1 minute stop for taking those off earlier on. But that car is now come to a stop, and now the seatbelts can come off, so Lisa Tatani is jumping out, and the BRZ's back in the lane as well. In fact, most of the runners are currently in the lane. There's not that many cars out there on the racetrack at the moment. We've got the 111 Hyundai of Carpenter in the lane. They've got to serve their final 5-minute pit stop. We've also got in the lane the 142. That should just be a splash and dash for the Integra and should leap ahead of the Commodore in this pit stop sequence. So we expect to see a change of lead. The Commodore has been leading, but will have to serve the 5-minute stop, unlike the 142, which is a simple splash and dash. Other cars in the lane are cars that unfortunately have been in there for quite some time. The car of yours, the 313 machine, and also the 464, which has returned to the lane and been in there for quite some time.
It's good to see my teammates in the garage of the 88 car, Moore and Skukovic. They suffered an engine failure on Friday night, so we all had to dive in and get that motor out and put a new one in. And then, of course, we saw in qualifying that One Wheel decided that it would like to part company from the car. So we had another, we've had some bad luck with that side of the garage, but they've come up trumps in the race.
Meanwhile, you had all the good luck early on, and now it's all turned against you.
It's motor racing. You cannot predict which way your luck is going to go.
Yes, correct. Correct, absolutely agree with your remarks there. But you sort of touched on it there, but the Pulsar community, there's a lot of you here this weekend. There's 4 cars, there's a hell of a lot of drivers amongst you guys, but there's a real community spirit in that category.
Absolutely, and we've all come from Victoria, or we might as well call us all Victorians. We race in the series down there with the 2-litre Sports Sedan Club, and it's just a welcoming community, both the 2 litres and the Victorian APRA club. What we don't have in numbers, we make up in personality and community. So it's fantastic to be involved in.
Here's a replay of that pit lane entry. So the 111 was coming in. The 49 was blissfully unaware of that, and then very quickly became very aware of the situation, slammed on the brakes, and darted back onto the racetrack. A bizarre situation, that one we've not seen so far in this race, and I don't think we will be seeing again either. Of that, I'm quite sure. I note that 111 car has gone back onto the racetrack after just 2 minutes and 26 seconds, so maybe they did serve 2 5-minute stops, and I've just missed that. I've been pretty frugal with my pit stops and trying to keep note of who's done what, but I'm only human. I may have missed the second 5-minute compulsory stop for that car, because that should be the last stop of the race. Everybody is currently completing their last stops of the race. The 142 machine has been in the lane for a lot longer than I expected here, and the 195 Commodore has exited the lane in front. That's a real surprise to me. So the 195 has done all of its pit stops and has parted the lane in the race lead. Is there a problem with this Integra? It doesn't look like they're particularly quick at the moment. It's just been 5 minutes now it's been in the lane, and only now, or is that behind that the car? Yeah, it's behind that they're doing the driver change. That caught me out there. But I'm interested to know why the 142 has done an extra stop there, an extra 5-minute stop. It's already done its compulsory pit stops, so that's a surprise to me. So a surprise emergence at the front of the field. The Commodore ahead of the Integra, but that is the fight for the race lead.
Yes, well, I wondered, have they got a penalty that they had to serve that we're not aware of yet, or?
He was not on that list of cars that did the seatbelt or anything, so unsure there.
We may have to wait and see.
15 seconds has just appeared on the screen though, as it's left the lane, so not quite sure there. So we'll try and get to the bottom of that. I'm sure Sportity will inform me, or if Plainline TV hear of anything, I'm sure they will let us know as well. But in the comments box, not quite sure at the moment on that one. But out in front, it's the Commodore from the Integra, and the BMW of Anderson is in for their splash and dash to the finish. That's a B-class car, but that's already done. It's pit stops, so yeah, that should be a slightly shorter stop to the end with 38 minutes to go in this one. Certainly had its moments. It's intriguing and exciting moments throughout. Lots of drama, particularly the race leading car coming to a halt just with an hour to go in this race. What do you think of this layout? Have you been to the Bend before?
So I've done the West Circuit and the International Circuit before, but this is the first time on the full honkin' GT circuit. It's amazing. I've loved all of the configurations, but it's just such a track that rewards commitment. I sort of tie it back to Bathurst as well. I've been lucky enough to have the opportunity to race at Bathurst, and it just, if you dig deep, you can pull so much time out of the car, out of your lap time, and it's rewarding. And all of the drivers seem to think the same. They love to keep coming back. Once they've experienced the bend, they just want to keep coming back.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Any particular favourite section of the track for you?
I like the fast-flowing right-hand corners.
Yep.
So, funnily enough, the International and the GT circuit featured these
That's right.
Right hand flowing three corners in a row. I think, yep. And certainly the first time I ever did the West Circuit, you get to turn 4 and everybody's saying, "Did you hold it flat? Did you hold it flat?" "Oh, I feathered. Oh, I better keep my foot into it." So you just keep your foot planted out at turn 3, accelerate hard as you can go in a pulsar, of course, and just throw the thing into the corner, bounce it over the river strip, and slide it out sometimes on the other side. So that's pretty exciting, that corner.
Got to thank all of our volunteer officials and marshals out there as well. Everybody out there on the circuit, but also in race control and in pit lane and everything. Secretaries, everybody who does such an amazing job behind the scenes. Of course, our marshals out there are spread out around the racetrack. We need extra marshals when we go on the full GT circuit. We've been privileged this weekend. We've not only had the full GT circuit used for this 777, also the Australian Prototype Series, and as well the combined sedans. We've used the regular international circuit for Touring Car Masters, and also the West Circuit that you were just talking about with the XLs. And boy, oh boy, did they put on a show across the weekend.
I could imagine the XLs. There's always plenty of drama or action if there's no drama with those guys and girls.
If you didn't see the action yesterday in the XLs, I urge you to tune into yesterday's coverage on Blendline TV on YouTube or Facebook and watch those races. 2 absolute barnstormers. Both of the 1 hour races were absolute thrillers and drama right to the very end of the race. Will there be drama very late in this one? Well, it remains to be seen out there on the racetrack. I note that the 42 machine 6 minute stop last time by, so that's not exactly what the doctor would have ordered for car number 42, so a slow final stop, and that's put them nearly a full lap now behind this race leading Commodore. But the margin out front, 36 seconds plus an additional 15 seconds. What do you reckon that could be for?
Well, yeah, something minor.
I've put you on the spot there, haven't I?
I have. You have, yes. Yeah, I don't know. Because, yes, undoing your safety harness too early was a full minute, 60 seconds. So 15 is very minor.
Potentially speeding in the lane, something
possibly,
like that?
Yeah, quite possibly.
As we continue to focus on the Commodore, I'm going to have a quick 5-minute break. I'll hand over back, get Martin and Caro back in the box, and then with about half an hour to go, I think we'll finish off this race. But for now, I'll hand over to Mark.
So we watch the Commodore take the right-hand curve. It looks to be quite a reasonably handling race car, this one. I've had the opportunity to practice behind this car, and as I said before, he's got plenty of grunt in a straight line, and as soon as those slick tyres warm up, he's got plenty of poke around the corners as well, and under brakes.
So that's the carburetor entry there that we're looking at there of the Commodore. 33 minutes left in this race, Tim.
Yeah, it's getting towards the pointy end.
Nice little conversation there with my offside of there, Dan.
Yep.
And he's just stepped out the box here for a little bit. It's always a bit unfortunate when you've got to be in a commentary box. I always say they're frustrated race drivers and they end up in a commentary box. It's a bit unfortunate that the Enduro's come to an end. It's not the way you want to finish your race meeting, but things are things.
Yes.
I did predict that, obviously you did some damage to the sump. You said you had oil pressure problems. Well, that's usually a leakage somewhere in the sump. And,
yes.
I predicted exactly right. So, as you said, just hit the curb down there at turn 22.
Yeah, well, Dan got on the radio and he said, I'm going to have to pit. And it just happened to line up with when he needed to pit anyway. And he said, I'm losing oil pressure. So we need to put some oil in the car on this pit stop. So, yep, let's go. Let's put it in. I'm just about ready to jump in the car. I jump in the seat and then I'm getting hands waved drastically around me. No, it's all over. Don't start it. And yes, we had a pool of oil coming out of the car from the sump.
So this is the carburetor entry, which is our current race leader. So Shane Nowicki is second. So that's the Integra running out there at the moment. Did a great job there. Pit stop strategies have been very strong. But this Class C car in front, which is the car there of Dale Carpenter, this is the Carpenter, Joel Stafford, Troy Gleeson combination here this weekend. It's a pretty clean run to this stage. If you've got that's a good sight, that's the Wallace entry back out onto the track.
I would have thought with the two BMWs in the field, I thought they would have shown a stronger showing than what they've had, so they must have had issues.
Yeah, the 94 car, the Wallace car, which had Adam behind the wheel, has been missing for the last few minutes. They actually just got towed off from our recovery crew, parked up down there at about the turn 6 sector. So whatever that problem was has been rectified, and that's great to see that car back on track. It's a full family affair here this weekend, and I would suggest that it is still Adam behind the wheel there, so he might finish off this stint. But unfortunately, he's lost a lot of placings and a lot of laps, so he's a long way down the track. Was leading the race when the car did retire the first time. So unfortunately, it's got a little bit pear-shaped towards the end of this race inside of 30 minutes.
No matter where you look in whatever class of racing, there seems to always be a BMW up near the pointy end.
These two BMWs were pretty much favoured for this Enduro going into this event. Unfortunately, that one's now out of the picture. So Dale Carpenter's still out the front. Of course, the Integra running in second. Now Brodie Dominic is in the BMW 135i. His earlier stint was really strong. He was putting in some really strong laps. So he's currently, probably Dominic there, he's down a lap also. So the 195 car of Dale Carpenter, the Commodore, looking really strong as we get inside the last 30 minutes here of this Enduro. Great new concept, Tim, and obviously you've come over to be a part of this, but it certainly has been very exciting to this point. Obviously numbers not as strong.
Yes, well I think a number of major events were running at the same weekend, so it's a bit hard to choose sometimes.
Just to note there that it's actually Jack Wallace behind the wheel of that car, just been confirmed. That was the message that's got on my telephone, so that car is now being taken over by the youngster in the group there, Jack Wallace. Stepping up from Circuit XL Racing here, that we certainly did compete with alongside Jackson Sullivan in the XL Enduros yesterday. There's a big opportunity to do some production car racing here this weekend. Very early in his racing career. But if you've seen plenty of him, yes, so certainly got plenty of talent behind the wheel.
Yes. No, it's hard to watch sometimes when you're the driver. You're focused, and when you're not in the car, you're focused on preparing yourself for the next stint, making sure you're hydrated enough, and just watching the strategy and fine-tuning it here and there, and you miss out on a chance to watch some fantastic cars and driving going on. It's the BMW takes the Integra.
That's a pass for second on track, and that's just happened just in front of our eyes. So Brodie Dominic foot down, and he's gone. It might be a lap down, but he's looking for overall second position in this race. So their strategy has been very strong to get him up into that position, and there they are. And there's Declan Kirkham just kept making his way back out the track as these second and third cars on track are just about in the same section. And in fact, he's going to split them.
Yes.
He's going to get in the way there, so
he'll enjoy that. He likes splitting up faster cars. Just looking, that 42 BMW has actually just set the fastest lap for the race.
So Brodie Dominic behind the wheel there, and he did that also earlier on, putting in some PBs on his first stint. It seems like an eternity ago now. It's a long time ago, but
indeed. XL giving the Pulsar a hard time.
So that's the 111 car. Got Cody Williams back behind the wheel there in that XL. I think Ben's behind the wheel there in the Pulsar as well.
Yep.
So good to see him back behind the wheel.
And unfortunately, I've just had an infringement come through for that car. has fallen into the trap of the harness removal at the wrong time.
And he's come straight in.
Let's see if he doesn't.
So more
correctly
straight
this
in
time.
there. So that'll leave Cody Williams all alone. Been a few drivers caught undoing the harness before they get down to their stopping point.
They're all a bit too excited.
Yeah, so he's a bit keen to jump out the car. And well, this has been a controversial car, hasn't it? This BRZ, they've really messed up all their pit stops and haven't stopped long enough.
Oh dear.
It's taken them a while to get their full 5-minute pit stop in, but they finally have done one. I think they've actually completed both at this stage, so that car was also in the garage there for a short period.
Yes, and it's all down to good organisation between the drivers and the pit crew. You don't want to go out before 5 minutes dead. You go 4:59, you're in trouble. You've wasted all that time and you've got to come back and do it again.
49 XL Isaac Sparks now behind the wheel. He'll probably finish off the last stint. It's a 4-car team this weekend, and every driver has had a stint in that car. It's the only 4-driver team here this weekend in the Enduro. So plenty of drivers getting plenty of a nice long rest in between stints.
Yeah, well, they won't be knocked out. They'd be happy to go for another 4 hours.
So 25 minutes left on the clock here. We get back down towards really the pointy end of this Enduro. And there's our lead car, Dale Carpenter, in the V8 Commodore. And he's got a nice little break. In fact, it's 40 seconds between him and Shane Nowicki, who's certainly the hard charger here.
It's quite a nice livery, that one, a blue and white. And High Tech Oil suggests that it might have been involved in a 6-hour at some point at Bathurst.
Not too sure of the total history. Certainly Dan will fill me in on that.
I've noticed
It's got a bit of an Enduro livery about it, hasn't it? That sort of typical production car look about it.
Dan has just walked back into the commentary van, so I might pass off to him.
Thanks,
it's been
Tim.
a pleasure.
You go back and see what the rest of the crew are up to down there.
Probably saying, where are you? Want to get to help packing up.
Thanks, mate.
Good-o.
Thanks.
Bye.
Cheers, mate. Thank you ever so much. We'll get back to you, but I'll message you after the race. But thanks ever so much for your help. Thank you to Tim Maynard there, who just departs the commentary box. Fastest lap of the race, last time through, just moments ago, after 3 hours and 36 minutes of competition. A 3-minute 34.8 goes the way of Dominic in the number 42 BMW. Ben Moore's just come into the lane in the Pulsar.
He just got a penalty, Dan. That's the reason why he came in. He's just serving that penalty. It's another one they got caught up in taking the harness off a little bit too early.
It's only a 1-minute penalty, but he was in the lane for 3.5 minutes there. So, yeah, that was longer than what they'd have liked. Hopefully he won't lose any places as a result of that. But boy, oh boy, it's been a bit of a race of attrition late on in penalties, hasn't it? The first 2 hours, it was all about strategy, and that was all playing out that way. And then in the last hour or so, cars have been falling by the wayside, getting huge penalties as well. And still, that 464 machine, despite being back out on the racetrack, is still not served its 5-minute penalty, incredibly. So despite that, a large majority of the cars are now back out on the circuit. The only one that isn't, sadly, was the man who was sitting alongside the two of us, Tim Maynard and Dan Smith. That is the only official retirement from this motor race, happening just over 1 hour ago. Out in front, it's the Commodore, and he's steadily increasing the margin, is Dale Carpenter, over Nowicki in the Integra. And sadly, despite having the supreme pace at the moment, car number 42. The crucial moment was being caught a lap down behind this car when the safety car was deployed. That's what killed that race for car number 42.
The flat tyre earlier didn't help the situation either.
That's what put it down a lap,
the
wasn't
yeah.
it? Exactly right. Without that flat tyre, I think that would have been our race-winning car. But
Brody Dominic's really wringing the neck out of that thing at the moment.
And we saw that fastest lap? No.
We saw that in an earlier stint as well. Very aggressive, but unfortunately he's a lap down. So he can push along as hard as he can. There's only 21 minutes left in this race. You believe it or not, we've been sitting here for nearly 4 hours watching all this action unfold. Only one safety car intervention, and it was an important one.
Certainly was. It's certainly changed the outcome of this race. As we see the race leader out there at the moment, it's a position you haven't wanted to be in throughout this race. We saw the number 94 BMW lead. That came to a stop nearly an hour ago in the lead of the race. The 42 led for a little while. That got a puncture. Generally, if you've been in the first position, you've had some sort of issue at some point, either at that time or very soon after. The 195 machine, the Commodore, will be wanting to shake that curse. Of that there is no doubt. Leading the way, and another fastest lap. Oh, 3:34 from Dominic. 3:34.7. Surely that's breaking out of his class. Surely that's A-class times from Brody Dominic. And if he does that more than once, he will get a 5-minute penalty, wasn't it, for that infringement? So you certainly don't want to be going too fast there, pushing the car to its absolute limits. That is an incredible lap time. That's 7 seconds faster than the fastest lap set by the Commodore in the race lead. 9 seconds faster last lap alone. 10 seconds faster than the Honda Integra ahead of it down the road. Absolutely incredible lap time from Brody Dominic, an up-and-comer in the Hyundai XL ranks.
It looks like he might have been an up-and-comer in production car racing here too at the moment. Wow, he is absolutely flying. Unfortunately, he's a lap down, and he's not going to have enough time at the moment. 19 minutes left on the clock, so we'll see how he goes. He can't go too fast. We might incur a penalty. He'll be under the eye of the stewards there. Jack behind the wheel at the moment. Just confirmed that. I just got the message down from the crew, but even though we've got Adam's name on the screen, it is Jack behind the wheel. Even though it's not going to matter for too much at the moment.
Sorry, I think you got me back now. So I was just saying, Bathurst 6 hour has been dominated in recent years. Every single iteration of the Bathurst 6 hour has been won by BMW. They've basically locked out the podium every single year since its inception. And I thought we were going to have much the same here today as well. I really did. Front row lockout. I thought that the pace that the BMWs had, yes, okay, they had 2.5 more minutes to serve in the pit stops, but they were so fast, they pretty much pulled that after the first half of the race. However, mechanical issues have struck those BMWs, and it means that a Holden Commodore, a surprise leader, a C-Class car, not a B-Class car, is leading this race. It's a C-Class 1-2 with Carpenter ahead of Nowicki, the Holden Commodore ahead of the
Who would have
Hyundai
thought
Integra.
2 C-Class cars lead the race at this stage?
Correct.
Really, you know, quarter of an hour to go. It's been quite amazing. Obviously, there's been problems with the Beamers. And Brody Dominic still going hard as well. 3:34.46 on that lap. This is not that car. This is the 120 car. That's got Maisie placed behind the wheel. No, that can't be right because that's not her gloves.
No, I agree with you there.
No, I don't think that's correct at all. It actually looks like Lisa.
Yeah,
And Emily, thank you. It's Emily Duggan behind the wheel, just confirmed.
Yeah,
Wrong name on the timing screen there.
that makes sense to me. Lisa did the first stint, handed over to Emily. Emily handed over to Maisie. Lisa took it back over for stint 4, and the 5th and final stint at the helm. That makes sense for me to be Emily Duggan. As we say, we don't have the American gloves out there on the circuit, out there in the Hyundai XL, the Peter Page sponsored Hyundai XL with the iconic sort of Seaton Racing livery of the 90s. Driven, of course, most famously by, of course, Glenn Seaton, 2-time Australian Touring Car Champion. There is the board out there to Duggan to let her know some sort of information, whether that be previous lap time or margin to those behind.
I might be Bring It Home.
Another fastest lap of the race, last time through for Brody Dominic. He's got it down now to a 34.4. Sorry, 34.4.
34.4, yeah.
3 minutes 34.4. Incredible lap times being set at the moment. Let's run you through the order at the moment. Out in front of the field, it's the Commodore, the 195 machine, leading the way by 42.7 seconds. Make that a further 15 because Nowicki in second place has a 15-second penalty hanging over its head. Third position is currently going the way of Dominic, Brody Dominic, despite the puncture, despite being caught down a lap. They are still in position number 3 and churning out incredible laps. They're the only car on lap number 51 at the lap number 52 at the moment. There's quite a few though on lap number 51. We have 3 cars on the same lap from 4th down to 6th. Stupkovic and Ben Moore, they are in the Pulsar in 4th position ahead of the first of the XLs. That's a car that is certainly punching above its weight in the 111 car, and that siren we can hear signals the end of the compulsory pit stop window that has been closed, so no pit stops can be made from this point in time. All of the compulsory pit stops should have been completed, and I believe they have. The former race leading car, the number 94 BMW, number 94 BMW sits in position number 6. As we look further down the order, the 464 machine, I still don't think has served that penalty. Although, to be fair, it isn't a compulsory pit stop, so therefore I think it still can be served within the final 13 minutes. However, I do say, if they haven't served it in the last hour and a half, I find it unlikely they're going to serve it now.
Just having a look at Brody Dominic. He's actually got the race leader in front of him, so that makes him exactly 1 lap down. So that's not first and second. Dominic's actually in 3rd position. So he's got past the second car, which is Shane Nowicki. So that makes him exactly 1 lap down because he's actually beyond the race leader. There he is. Now he's going to try and put a lap on him. Put a lap for 3rd position on the race leader. Does that make sense?
And so to get back on the lead
same
lap.
lane on
Yes,
the lead
correct.
lap.
So we've now got 3 cars once again on the lead lap. But I think it might be a case of too little, too late for Brody Dominic.
Geez, look how he gaps him. He's absolutely flying, Dominic.
Incredible, but he's got to catch 3 minutes, basically 3 minutes and 40 odd seconds in 12 minutes. I find that unlikely. unless there's some major mechanical malady or drama for the Commodore, who hops over the snake section of the course and around the long loaded turn number 21, and they flick through 22 towards the hairpin. But I've just got news on the Sporty app. The 15-second penalty for the 142 machine. It was, I believe, when Zanetti was at the wheel of the car. 15 seconds for overtaking the lapped car, number 120 of Lisa Tortani, before the start-finish line on the safety car restart. That's the reason for the 15-second penalty. I think under safety car, Zanetti was actually, or it wasn't Zanetti, Zanetti was at the helm at the time, was actually giving Lisa a bit of a hurry-up, going, come on, let's try and catch up to this pack. So
now this place pretty good into Dominic's hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, he's probably going to run out of time, but, you know, there could be a chance that something goes his way to get up in the second position.
I don't think so.
I know, I'm being optimistic, but
2 minutes and 40 seconds behind with 11 minutes to go. It's going to have to be the comeback of all comebacks, I think, that one for certain. But we're looking at the race leader, car number 195, the trio in the Commodore of Dale Carpenter, Joel Stafford, and Troy Gleason. As I say, they've only had the car just around 1 month. They've never raced the car prior to this weekend. It's a production car. It has raced in the Bathurst 6 Hour a couple of times, so it's, this car is used to long distance motor races, and they are just 10 minutes now from the checkered flag. Here's the number 94 machine, absolutely flying out there on the racetrack. And while I had a little bit of a breather, and we had a little respite, didn't we, when Tim Maynard came in, a couple of the guys from Blendline suggested to me, possibly, whoa, that was close. That was very, very close. Completely theoretical. The fact that the car was towed back to the lane and came back onto the track so quickly, whether it was a Control-Alt-Delete maybe, but they maybe said potentially fuel. Did it run out of fuel? I don't think that would have happened. Surely when you lead in the race that comfortably with an hour to go, you've done all your compulsory stops, to push the fuel limit to the edge, I think is a risky game to play. And if that's the case and it did backfire, then yeah, that was a silly decision. I have my doubts, I do, but I'm sure we'll find out post-race. But nevertheless, I think this has been the fastest car for much of the day, despite the stoppage and despite falling 3 laps down. They still sit in position number 6 and not too far behind the number 88 Pulsar. In fact, they've overtaken. That was a move for position we saw just before. I was unaware of that. I apologise. So that was a change of position. The 94, and it nearly ran into the back of the 88. That was for 5th position in the race.
There's the Hampstead Auto Dyno entry there on track. Isaac Sparks on board there, currently running back in, well, actually 9th position, 9 out of 10, just the 10 cars remaining. Only 8.5 minutes remaining in this inaugural Enduro here, the 777 Endurance Crown. And it's probably been not the way we would have probably thought at this stage of the race where our lead cars are. 2 C-class cars on top of the heap. And Dale Carpenter doing a terrific job. So he'll just be on his merry way. How's Dominic going? Doing pretty consistent 334s there.
I was told yesterday when I spoke to Troy down there in the lane, who's co-driver of the 195 machine, he said, me and Joel Stafford will do a bit of the driving, but the main driver will be Dale Carpenter, and it has been throughout the race, and we can see why. The consistent lap times that he's churning out, lap after lap after lap. I mean, his last lap was only 0.3 slower than his best for the entire motor race. That is pure consistency.
That's what it's all about in enduro racing. Carpenter on board there, Emily Duggan in the 120 car. What's that signal?
Yeah, this car's not running right. I don't know if it's stuck in gear or what, but to me it's not pulling right. And we'll see if this car comes into the lane now. I think she's going to try and bring it home, but it is not sounding on song to me, and she's pulling over to the inside of the circuit, not to get in anybody else's way. But that has very, very little poke in a straight line. I'm trying to work out what that gesture means.
Third gear.
I think she's in fourth at the moment. Third and fourth.
Third and fourth. Thank you.
Down to third, and I don't think we'll see it go down to second. I think that's exactly what it is. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that confirmation. It's very good when you can chat to drivers live on air.
A few hand signals there, just to confirm which part of the gear selection's not right. Not long to go, Emily. We're nearly home.
Just 6 minutes left on the clock in this one. That'll be a couple of laps, although, let's be honest, if you're stuck in third and fourth gear, that will probably be a little bit longer than that. It'll probably be a 5-minute lap time as she goes into the hairpin. Where are they on the road at the moment? They are in 8th position and a lap ahead of the Isaac Sparks Hyundai at the moment. Or actually several laps ahead. I've just got up to see the timing screen a little bit closer. So 3 laps ahead. So in 8th position, 3 laps ahead of Isaac Sparks. So the 195 continues to lead and is actually extending that margin at the moment. Oh, a little bit of a run wide there by Declan Kirkham, who's pushing the limits in the number 71 machine. And he's pretty much matching his best lap of the race last time through, just half a second off last time by. That seems like that's what everyone's doing at the moment. They're thinking, 5 minutes to go, I'm by myself on the racetrack, let's go for a PB lap.
Why not? Better late than never.
That's right, yeah, exactly.
Declan Kirkham on shot there. The message, Bellicilli got the foot down as well. Inside the 5-minute marker here. So we're about to find out if Carpenter can hang on. Massive lead, 49 seconds. He just needs to keep driving it. There's only going to be a couple more laps involved here. Kirkham out there at the moment, as you mentioned, back in 7th position. For Team Pulsar down there. We've heard a few stories when Timmy was up here a little earlier.
That's right. There's actually a reasonably good scrap between the 2 Pulsars. So the 88 Pulsar is the one leading the way at the moment. That was the huge benefactor of the safety car. It did half of its 5-minute stop in that safety car cycle, and that means that it drastically moved up the order ahead of the 71 car we were just looking at. And in fact, we were watching that lap that Declan Kirkham just had his PB lap of the entire motor race, 3 minutes 50.7. So he's trying to close the margin down at the moment, but he is about half a lap behind his fellow Pulsar.
Oh, no.
Oh, I think the gearbox has let go with just 4 minutes left of the race. Hopefully she can get it back going, but no, that doesn't sound particularly good to me.
She's just trying to park it out of harm's way there.
Emily Duggan is going to come to a stop. That is absolutely devastating. After 3 hours and 57 minutes, you can hear her distraught voice there. She's absolutely devastated. After so long that car was running, it has come to a halt in the dying moments. It's sort of like Le Mans when the Toyota famously stopped on the final lap.
She's parked right down on the eastern part of the circuit. You can see the control tower there in the background. There we go. There you see from that shot there. So she's a long way from anybody down there. She's a few quiet moments towards the end of this race. That's just cruel when you...
Do I stay in the car?
At least she, the good news is at least she has got out of harm's way. So that means we can stay green flag to the end of this race. So she is well out of harm's way. But unfortunately, an 8th place finish has gone begging in the final moments of this one, as we commence what I believe will be the final lap of the race with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock.
This is the moment. So for Team Carpenter, Stafford and Gleeson, they're looking like victory here in the inaugural 777 Endurance Crown here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here this weekend. Well, it's not probably what we expected.
No.
But you take them any way you can get them.
What I take from this race is, okay, we didn't have necessarily the numbers that we might have liked, but this race has had drama, it's had twists, it's had turns. It's certainly had its moment, and it's not been a terrible 4-hour endurance race. It's certainly been intriguing, of that there is no doubt. And out in front and still increasing the margin is Dale Carpenter out at the head of this field in that VF Commodore. The Club Sport machine heads down the hill for the final time and completes the Sector 1 and heads on the extension. The the full 777, the 7.77 kilometre layout. We said earlier, didn't we, it's an immaculately presented machine, is this Commodore, as he turns around into the snake section of the course. In second position is Nowicki, and even with that 15-second penalty, will finish nearly 2 minutes clear of Dominic. So it's Shane Nowicki, it's Robert Zanetti and Mitchell McGarry in their Honda Integra, and then in third position, and notably leader of Class B, Brodie Dominic, and also as well his co-drivers in the number 42 machine, Brodie Dominic, Kim Anderson and Brian Smith, the XL trio, winning Class B. A great recovery from car 94 in the last lap or so. In fact, it has just, I think, overtaken the 111 machine. So the 111 Hyundai gets demoted down to 5th position of Kobe Williams, Jake Carpenter and Lucy Sidwell, but still a top 5 finish in this race. A very, very commendable effort from those guys, beating all of the pulsars, which, as we said at the start of the race, were a good 10 or 15 seconds a lap faster. So very good effort from them. But we're turning our attention back to this car now. It's got less than a couple of handfuls of corners to go. Here is the number 42 machine. It led a portion of this race and looks set for a very, very strong finish. It's still going to finish, by the looks of it, on the podium is the number 42 BMW, but that puncture, that front left puncture, really, really damaged their race. You can see the ABS lights, the hazard lights, as it was slamming down on the brakes and down through the gearbox. Dale Carpenter is going to bring this Commodore home, just a couple of corners away now, around this very, very long Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Back down through the gearbox in the Commodore. It's been a really nice drive from these guys. All three of them have not put a foot wrong. They nailed the strategy, and as a result, they are going to be the victors by nearly an entire minute. He slides out the final corner. Dale Carpenter wins the inaugural.
No checkered flag yet.
Oh, no, we go one more.
No checkered flag yet. Don't call it too early.
That's a shock to me.
I thought that was going to be the case there, Dan. Looks like they're going to get another one in. So it's not all over yet.
So it's a 4-hour plus 1 lap endurance race by the looks of it. We've already done 4 hours and 1 minute, so let's send them round for another one.
So got to do it again. So come through the 195 car, Dale Carpenter. Dan's just talked about all the strategy of this team and how it's been. It's going to be a successful day. Headlights ablaze and darkening conditions here again. So goes around turn 6.
Weather was a potential factor in this race, but it never came. Like yesterday,
Yeah,
we were
that's right.
expecting a lot of rain yesterday, and only this qualifying session got a torrential downpour. It actually did not benefit this car, the rain. This car was not suited to the wet conditions and qualified a little bit further down the order than what they probably would have liked. Oh no, the 42 car from 3rd position has come into the lane. Is that another puncture? I saw it was up on the jacks. It's a quick stop. But will they lose position number 3? An outright podium finish right at the death of this race. I bet they were thinking it's a 4-hour race, you can cruise across the line, but no. What drama. What drama in this 777 Enduro Crown late on. This last hour has seen cars fall by the wayside, left, right and centre. We saw the Dan Smith and Tim Maynard Pulsar fall by the wayside just a few moments ago. Of course, we saw the 120 machine, the Totani, Duggan and Place Hyundai Excel grind to a halt. We've seen the number 94 that led a large majority of this race. That came to a stop with some sort of gremlin as well. At least they've got that one refired, but it's been a race of attrition in the last hour or so. But this Commodore, at this point in time, as we say, has been very nice. You could tell it was what he thought was the final lap. He came out the final corner all sideways, putting on a show.
I think everybody thought the same along there, Dan. We saw what he did, but surely this is checkered flag time. Past the stricken 120 car back there on the infield, so they're heading back towards us once again. The link back up to what would normally be the international circuit here.
He's still pushing there. Sorry, what were you saying?
That's it, so not too much further to go here. Headlights ablaze. Certainly stand out in these gloomier conditions here at the moment. Been a big effort from this team. Brand new car. Only had the car a month. It hasn't had too much development at all, which they've done a terrific job. And in typical Holden fashion, running strong right to the end.
He really is. Under brakes again, those lights flashing, they really do show that there, but he's really pushing on this final lap, that is for sure. Are we going to get a PB lap on the final lap of the race? Surely not. Surely those tyres are well past their best now. His last lap was nearly 3 seconds off his best. Headlights are on. He's been letting the traffic know throughout this race that he is coming through. And that is exactly what he's going to do around the final corner. We'll take two. We'll say it again.
Let's have a look
for
again.
The second attempt. The 195 machine comes around the final corner. Dale Carpenter, Joel Stafford, and Troy Gleason.
No.
I am stumped.
We're well over time. So why haven't we seen a checkered flag? What is going on here?
Is it a 5-hour endurance race and we haven't been told?
Surely that would have been the end.
What they say though, don't they? Race to the checkered flag. And we have not seen one. So round we go again. The only checkered flag I've seen is on one of the Pulsars. I think there it is.
Yeah, it is.
The checkered flag.
And
No Marshall. Has he gone to the toilets or something? Ah, here we are. That's a red flag he's grabbing there. So maybe the race has already finished.
Controversial. What is going on here?
That
That marshal was not grabbing the checkers.
No, he was definitely grabbing the red flag.
Ah, here we go. Last lap board has been shown, so that has been lit up. So this is definitely it.
So the inaugural 777 Enduro Crown looks like it's going to be about 4 hours and 7 or 8 minutes in length, a little longer than what we expected. The only thing I can think of is, if you remember, the warm-up lap at the start of the race was 8 minutes in length. Maybe they've added that 7 or 8 minutes on to the end of the race. That's the only thing I can possibly think of, that we've got 4 hours of green flag running from start to finish. But the time started ticking down when the warm-up lap began. But the warm-up lap was 8 minutes in length. So that's my only rational thinking there anyway. But we'll go for take three. Three time is a charm. We believe this is now the final lap of the race. There is now a marshal in the tower. There is a flag that shall be waved. Whether it's checkered or red remains to be seen. Out in front though, Carpenter's enjoying himself. He's just extended the margin.
Back of that circuit too. Look at him jumping that car around. He wants to get this over and done with. There's no doubt about that.
He's extended the margin out to over a minute now.
You can tell that too. We can get a little bit aggressive here towards the end.
Just going back to car 42, it did rejoin the circuit in third place, and it is over a lap still ahead of the 94th car. So that's important for third position outright in Battle of B class, Battle of the BMW class. It is going to go the way of the little hatchback, the number 42 machine, barring any drama or any more racing laps that they want to throw upon us in this race. That does look like it's going to go the way of the young kid Brody Dominic and the two Hyundai XL veterans in Brian Smith and Kim Anderson. But the 195 machine is out in front and is coming back onto the international circuit once again. We still have 10 runners out there on the circuit, and they've put on a good show for us here this afternoon at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, around an hour's drive southeast of Adelaide. Oh, he's really pushing again there, just missing the apex.
Tell that. You can see that down the back of the circuit too, right out on the painted curves. So, there's a lot of aggression in that car, just trying to get the job done, just trying to bring it home.
All right, here we go.
Surely it's this time.
Into the penultimate corner goes the 195 machine. I'm getting a sense of deja vu, like I've done this before. The 195 machine. Dale Carpenter, you probably know them all off by heart now. The 195 machine. Dale Carpenter comes around the final corner, and the checkered flag.
That's the flag.
Is out. There we go.
That's it. So well done to the team, Carpenter.
Carpenter, Joel Stafford and Troy Gleeson taking the victory in what looks like it's going to be by over a minute from this machine. They've certainly driven a good race, have the guys in the Integra, but in the end I think they're going to come up just short. It's Robert Zanetti, Mitchell McGarry, who regularly races in 86s, but at the wheel at the moment it's another XL front runner in Shane Nowicki. I think he was in the top 5 in the trophy category over the last couple of years. He is a XL front runner here in South Australia as the car goes around turn number 34 and will head towards the line. Around the final kink, the long sweeping right-hander, the Honda Integra, is going to finish and does in second position. A great performance from them. There is third position, down a lap but directly behind on the road, Brodie Dominic. A late scare for that team, a late pit stop. Applause for that particular outfit, but that was a strange one late on.
Yeah, I don't know what they come in that late point, but they'll still get up in the third position. Along with him and of course Bryce Smith and Kim Anderson in that team. It's been a solid effort.
Next up was going to be the double 8 machine. That is going to be Stopkovic and the Ben Moore Nissan Pulsar, and they do finish in position number 6. We turn our attention back to the car in 4th position though, number 94. It's Adam Wallace behind the wheel.
No, it's Jack. It is Jack behind the wheel.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll trust you.
I got the message. It's all good. So Jack does the final stint there. So the youngest of the crew there in the Wallace family makes his way through, and yeah, they were the ones that brought out the first safety car.
And only, first and only safety
one and
car.
only safety car, so they've managed to fight back, and they will get 4th position here in this 777 Endurance Crown race here this weekend. A little bit of tail out there at the final turn, and that is overall 4th position on track. So good effort to finish off.
A good drive in that final stint from him, because he overtook several XLs and Pulsars, was down in 7th or 8th position, so to recover to finish 4th was a very good achievement there. And now we await the winner in Class D. Top 5 finish for the car, not this one. This is the 464 that I still do not think at any point served that 5-minute penalty. And I think it got all of its compulsory pit stops in, but did not serve that penalty. So add 5 minutes onto that car. It's already at the back. In fact, fastest lap of its race on the final lap, a 3-minute 47.9, saving the best right to the very, very end and beyond in the case of this race. As around the final corner comes our Class D winner. These guys have done an incredible job in the 111 car. Finishing in the final stint, Kobe Williams alongside him, Lucy Sidwell and Jake Carpenter. That's one of the drives of the race, in my opinion.
Done a terrific job to win that class, and what are we waiting for?
The only one we're waiting on is not going to come.
No,
it's
because
the Duggan car.
That's the Tony Duggan and place entry, so that's parked up down the eastern part of the circuit. All cars have crossed the line.
Yeah, all cars, yeah, absolutely have crossed the line. The course car is going out to say that the race has been concluded. Quite an enjoyable 4-hour race. 4 hour and 12 minutes. It was a bit longer than we were expecting there. A couple of bonus laps. Oh, is that the tyres or is it just kicking up a bit of dirt? I'm not sure. No, I think he's just kicking up a bit of dirt off the racing line as we see the race winners come into the lane. Dale Carpenter doing that final stint. Brilliant performance from these guys throughout, as you say. They did not put a foot wrong on strategy, on driving, on the actual pit stops themselves. It really was a professional performance.
It certainly was. And obviously there'll be some trophy presentations down at the podium at the completion here when the drivers get back, and there'll be plenty of celebrations and champagne flowing. I can bet you bottom dollar on that.
Certainly.
So that's exactly what will happen. So, geez, Dan, that's the end of the series.
Certainly is a good way to end things. The South Australian Motor Racing Championships, the SAM Champs, as we see the victors of the inaugural 777 Endurance Crown turn into their pit garage, and they will absolutely celebrate that one. There is no doubt. Here are the guys that finished in second and third. That Honda Integra yesterday had a real issue with the engine mount, and they had to fix that in the early hours of this morning to get it ready for this race. That car was not going to be able to complete the distance otherwise, and this was the late tale of woe, the car that we did not see cross the line. Maisie Place was one of those drivers. Emily Duggan finished the race, and at least Totani as well. The three ladies, unfortunately, recording a DNF in the end. Mark, you've watched all of the racing this year. Thanks ever so much from myself and from everybody who's enjoyed your commentary throughout.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me along and being a part of a few rounds, certainly, as long as Blendline TV is concerned here, over the 2024 season. 8 rounds completed in the SAM Champs. It's all over, and we'll be back certainly next year. We'll keep an eye out for the calendar next season in future weeks. That'll be drawn out. And we also like to people that have tuned in, and thanks for watching us here on Blendline TV over the course of this series. Oh, there's a bit of Wallace action. Young Jack letting off a bit of steam there.
Certainly is. Thank you, Martin and Caro. I'm Dan McCarthy. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the South Australian Motor Racing Championships this year, and many of those rounds broadcast on Blendline TV. Thanks ever so much for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you back here in 2025. Stay abreast of things to do with this series on the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park website. Have a great Christmas, and we look forward to seeing you back here in 2025.
It's a very good afternoon to everybody.